Chapter 43:38. The news that the old tortoise's army had destroyed the 100,000 Devil Mountains shocked the world. How is that possible? How could the demon lord be so capable? I heard that the battle was earth-shattering and the entire 100,000 Devil Mountains was razed to the ground. No way. At this time, people everywhere in the heavenly realm were talking about the old tortoise's destruction. The destruction of the 100,000 Devil Mountains was of great significance to the entire heavenly realm. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was the last stronghold of the demons in the heavenly realm. For countless years, the 100,000 Devil Mountains had been pressing down on everyone's hearts. No one knew when it would erupt. But now, no one had to worry. With the fall of the undead demon lord, the 100,000 Devil Mountains became ruins. The last stronghold of the demons in the heavenly realm was finally destroyed. Of course, there were still demons in the heavenly realm, but they could no longer pose much of a threat to the cultivation world of the heavenly realm. The old tortoise immediately held a celebration feast outside the ruins of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Just as the old tortoise was happily holding the celebration feast, a figure appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the demon race. "Gufei, I didn't expect you to be hiding here." A cold voice was heard. The person was shrouded in a black robe and had a hood over his head, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. "Who are you?" A wave of divine will came from Gufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Who am I? I am your enemy," the black-robed person said coldly with a murderous tone. "Extreme Great, are you from the ancestral realm?" Gufei saw through the black-robed person at a glance. However, Gufei was fearless because the black-robed person could not use the power of the Extreme Great. Once his power surpassed that of an earth immortal in the heavenly realm, the power of heavenly punishment would descend. Obviously, the black-robed person would not use this power easily. "You're unlucky to have met me today," the mysterious black-robed person said coldly. "TCH, so what if you're an extreme sovereign? This is the heaven realm, not the primogenitor's realm." Sitting cross-legged in the void, Gufei, who was constantly refining the 10 extinction demonic chi, said disapprovingly. Regardless of whether they were in the heaven realm or the mortal realm, they would be suppressed. These existences would have to seal themselves, not daring to use the power of the extreme Tao. Die. The mysterious black-robed man didn't waste any more words with Gufei. He directly punched towards Gufei, and the surging with elemental essence chi filled the air. The shadow of a huge divine tree emerged from his body, directly propping up heaven and earth. Wood race. When Gufei saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the ancestral realm, there was a great enmity between him and the wood race. It wasn't rare for the wood race's supreme to want to kill him. Whoosh! At this time, the mysterious black-robed man directly waved his sleeves, and a gust of astral wind suddenly appeared, directly sweeping towards the guardian formation of the demon race's ancestral ground. Wherever the astral wind went, the formation patterns in the void began to dissipate, and countless formation patterns appeared in the void. Each ancient formation diagram condensed the strongest power. However, in the face of the astral wind, the demon race's guardian formation was as fragile as a piece of paper. Gufei sneered and directly punched out. Boom! The void shook, and the astral wind from the mysterious black-robed man was directly smashed by Gufei's punch. "You have some ability, but today, you must die," the mysterious black-robed man said, directly attacking Gufei. Whoosh! The mysterious black-robed man waved his right hand, and a burst of air-piercing sound was heard. 5 rays of divine light, like peerless divine spears, directly pierced towards Gufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Heaven transformation palm. Gufei stretched out his right hand and slapped at the 5 piercing divine lights. Before the 5 rays of light could touch Gufei's palm, they disappeared in the void, as if they had never appeared in the first place. The mysterious black-robed man was taken aback. This guy was sent into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, but he actually did not die. What exactly happened? Moreover, it seemed that although Gufei's cultivation had not recovered to the peak of the past, His combat strength was still extremely strong. While the mysterious black-robed man was in shock, Gu Fei's palm did not stop after destroying the 5 divine lights. It continued to push forward. Rumble. There seemed to be a thunderous sound in the void, and a terrifying force of destruction shrouded the mysterious black-robed man. Whoosh! The mysterious black-robed man immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei's body did not move, and his palm followed like a shadow. Pa! With a soft sound, Gu Fei's palm directly slapped on the black-robed man's chest. In the next moment, the clothes on the black-robed man's chest exploded, and he flew in the air. The mysterious black-robed man was sent flying thousands of miles away by Gu Fei's palm. Looking down, he saw a blood-red palm print on his chest. It was not dissolved by my heaven transformation palm. It seems that my cultivation is still not strong enough. Gu Fei sighed. He was still frantically devouring the power of the 10 extinction demon star. Although his heaven transformation palm was powerful, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to dissolve the mysterious black-robed man. One should know that the mysterious black-robed man was a genuine extreme Tao Supreme. Although the mysterious man had sealed his own cultivation base, his physical body was a genuine extreme Tao body. He was practically a humanoid extreme Tao treasure. Preposterous. At this time, the mysterious black-robed man was enraged. He stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. He was actually sent flying by a peak quasi-supreme with a single slap. He was an extreme Tao Supreme. If this had happened in the primogenitor's realm, Gu Fei would have died countless times. Go to hell. The mysterious black-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a blade of light. The blade of light spun and flew directly at Gu Fei. The speed of the blade of light was extremely fast. Moreover, there was a scimitar wrapped in the blade of light. The scimitar actually emitted an extreme Tao aura. This was an attack from an extreme Tao weapon, and it contained a trace of extreme Tao power. However, just as the blade of light was about to hit Gu Fei, a thunderclap sounded. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and directly struck the blade of light. In the next moment, the blade of light that was struck by the lightning shattered in the void. The fragments lost their spirituality and turned into scrap metal. Wah! The moment the blade of light was struck by the lightning, the mysterious black-robed man's expression suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blade of light that he had refined was his life Tao weapon. Naturally, as its owner, he suffered a great impact when his life Tao weapon was destroyed. Heavenly punishment. What a heavenly punishment power. Chapter 43-39. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. Because of the wheel of myriad worlds, the various forces in the primogenitor realm could travel between the various worlds. The primogenitor realm was a great world with a supremacy. With the power of an extreme supremacy, using the wheel of myriad worlds, it wasn't impossible for them to build a few fixed passages between worlds. Among the various forces in the primogenitor realm, every force that had an extreme Tao sovereign overseeing it had a few fixed passageways that connected several worlds. The wood race, as a great race in the primogenitor realm, naturally had a few fixed passages to other worlds. At this moment, just as Gu Fei was refining the 10 extinction devil star, someone from the primogenitor realm suddenly appeared. This person had a vast wood elemental energy, and he was suspected to be an extreme sovereign of the primogenitor realm's wood race. The mysterious person didn't admit that he was from the wood race, but he didn't deny it either. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. This mysterious person wanted to use his life origin extreme Tao artifact to kill Gu Fei, but it attracted the power of heaven's punishment. The life origin Tao artifact that he had refined for his entire life was destroyed by the power of heaven's punishment. The mysterious person coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a great loss. Haha, does this feel good? Gu Fei laughed. You! The mysterious person was instantly enraged and almost coughed out another mouthful of blood. The power of heaven's punishment is used to deal with people like you. The smile on Gu Fei's face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. It seemed like the wise sages were far-sighted. They had already predicted this day's events countless years ago and left behind a backup plan like the power of heaven's punishment. This way, the extreme supremacies of the primogenitor realm couldn't do as they pleased in the heaven realm and the human realm. If not for the existence of heaven's punishment, the heaven realm and the human realm would probably have become a hunting ground under the control of one of the super forces in the primogenitor realm. The various super forces in the primogenitor realm all controlled a few or even a dozen hunting grounds. They used the world as their hunting grounds to harvest cultivation resources. Countless years ago, the super forces in the primogenitor realm did this, using the cultivation resources of the myriad worlds to support the elites of the various races in the primogenitor realm. It was no wonder that the primogenitor realm produced so many extreme Tao Supremes. Even if I don't use the power of the extreme path, I can still pinch you to death, you annoying bug. The mysterious man roared. Is that so? Come and give it a try. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Although his opponent was an extreme grade supremacy, he couldn't use his extreme grade strength. How could he kill him without using his extreme grade strength? Dream on. Kill. The mysterious man roared. His voice shook 100,000 miles. Countless great demons in the ancestral land of the demon clan were terrified to the extreme. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out of the mysterious man's body. They were densely packed, and the figures of the mysterious man covered the entire sky. At the same time, countless mysterious figures attacked Gu Fei at the same time. Countless attacks gathered into a destructive torrent, instantly dispersing the demonic qi around Gu Fei. Good timing. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly shook his body. A shocking aura immediately erupted from his body. In the next moment, his body seemed to have suddenly turned into a bottomless black hole, directly devouring the destructive power of the wood element. Awesome! Gu Fei squinted his eyes comfortably. This power was too strong. After devouring such a powerful force at once, he actually felt as if his body had swelled up. He quickly operated his mystic art and used this power to rush towards the hidden gate of life and death. Boom! In Gu Fei's mind, there seemed to be billions of divine lightning exploding at the same time. It was not the first time he felt this kind of feeling. In the next moment, all the strange phenomena suddenly disappeared, and a powerful force was generated from his body. The power of the demonic qi that he had absorbed for so many days and the power of the mysterious man were all refined in an instant, turning into his own power. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky. His voice reached the 9 heavens, and the sound waves dispersed all the clouds within a radius of 100,000 miles. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took away the 10 extinction demon star that was suspended in the sky. The sunlight from the divine sun in the sky fell on his body, and his entire figure became hazy. That hazy figure emitted a peerless and powerful pressure. At this moment, countless great demons in the ancestral ground of the demon clan were extremely terrified. The weaker great demons were already trembling on the ground. Master is too strong. The fire Qilan Balan, who was guarding the ancestral ground of the demon clan, looked at the figure in the sky with inexplicable shock. You actually used me to make a breakthrough in your cultivation? The mysterious man was furious. This guy was too despicable. Peak of Quasi-Supreme. Thank you for helping me. I will leave you with an intact corpse. Feeling the new power in his body, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. The eternal power in his body had become even stronger, and the eternal real bone on his chest had become even more mystical. He could feel that the primordial chaos power in his body and the eternal power contained in the eternal real bone could be exchanged. You're pissing me off. Go to hell. The mysterious man roared. In the next moment, he patted the top of his head, and a wooden staff immediately rushed out of his body. The wooden staff instantly turned into a true dragon and pounced on Gu Fei. The mysterious man himself turned into an immortal divine light and pierced towards Gu Fei. One step to heaven. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly dodged the divine light formed by the mysterious man. He stepped on the head of the true dragon formed by the wooden staff. In the next moment, the entire true dragon began to crumble from the head to the body. In the end, the entire true dragon disintegrated. Both body and soul were destroyed. That's right. This was an extreme Tao treasure known as the Wood Dragon Divine Staff. That true dragon was formed from the soul of the wood dragon of the 5 elements true dragons. An extreme Tao treasure was a Tao treasure with a life of its own. It was different from ordinary Tao treasures. The mysterious man's figure appeared. When he saw that the true dragon was crushed by Gu Fei's foot, he staggered and nearly fell from the sky. His second life-bound Tao artifact had been broken by this person. Wah! The mysterious man spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. The power of Gu Fei's foot was unbelievable. He actually crushed an extreme Tao treasure with a single step. With such power, his foot wasn't simple either. This was the heaven-treading step that he activated with the eternal power. The heaven-treading step was a supreme combat skill that Gu Fei created when he was in the eternal realm. With his current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the quasi-supremacy stage and the support of the eternal power, this step might not be able to truly destroy the world, but it wasn't difficult for him to shatter the void of a domain. How is this possible? Even if your cultivation base has broken through to the pinnacle of the quasi-supremacy stage, it's impossible for you to destroy an extreme Tao treasure. Chapter 4340. A mysterious powerhouse from the wood race from the ancestral realm suddenly descended on the beast's ancestral land in the heaven realm. This fellow was quite impressive, as he broke the defensive formation of the beast's ancestral land as soon as he made a move. He directly attacked Gu Fei, who was refining the 10 absolute devil star. He was a supreme venerable. Even if his cultivation base was sealed below the extreme grade, he was not someone that a powerhouse at the peak of a quasi-supreme venerable could compare to. One had to know that this fellow possessed a genuine extreme Tao physique. The wood race from the ancestral realm had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the ancestral realm, Gu Fei fought everywhere and killed countless supreme venerables, so nobody dared to provoke him. However, Gu Fei was only a young fellow at the peak of a quasi-supreme venerable. The moment the supreme venerable from the wood race saw Gu Fei, he immediately wanted to kill him. He wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakened state to get rid of the wood race's strongest enemy in history. If he could bring Gu Fei's head back to the ancestral realm, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire realm. However, the wood race fella thought too simply. Who was Gu Fei? He was once invincible in the ancestral realm, and he even defeated the Chu race and the heavenly race's great ancestors. He even refined a supreme great ancestor from the wood race into a supreme divine pill and gave it to Yin-Er. Since there was a chance to get rid of Gu Fei, the mysterious wood race person naturally would not let go of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he made his move. However, to everyone's disbelief, this wood tribe's extreme supremacy actually had 2 of his extreme Tao weapons destroyed consecutively. This almost drove him crazy. 2 ultimate Tao tools, and they were even ultimate Tao tools. It was impossible to refine them again after they were destroyed. After all, ultimate Tao tools were different from ordinary Tao tools. An ultimate Tao tool was a Tao tool that was refined by a cultivator's ultimate true origin ever since they became Tao tools. Such Tao tools would grow along with their masters. For the mysterious man, losing 2 life Tao weapons was no different from losing half of his life. The second supreme Tao artifact was actually destroyed by Gu Fei with a single stomp, which made the mysterious man both shocked and furious. He never thought that Gu Fei, who was only at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, could destroy his natal Tao artifact with a single stomp. That was no ordinary life Tao treasure, but an extreme Tao life Tao treasure. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the heavenly realm and the human realm just because you have the physique of an extreme Tao? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man and said disapprovingly, "Isn't that so? The quasi-supreme beings who have died in my hands have already lost count." The mysterious person said coldly. The greater demons in the ancestral land were shocked to hear this. Was this guy the rumored quasi-supreme assassin? Many quasi-supremes were killed in the heaven realm, but no one knew who did it. From the looks of it, it was very likely that this guy killed those quasi-supremes. Unfortunately, you met me. Gu Fei sighed. Ordinary quasi-sovereigns, or even peak quasi-sovereigns, would not be a match for this fellow from the primogenitor realm. The Wood clan of the primogenitor realm might have built a fixed passage to the primogenitor realm in the heaven realm. Such a passage shouldn't exist. Gu Fei had no intention of returning to the primogenitor realm, so he wanted to destroy these passages. Is that so? The mysterious person stared at Gu Fei with a murderous look. He wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he had to be careful. This Gu Fei had destroyed his natal Dao weapon with a single stomp. Stop talking nonsense. Come here and let me beat you to death. Gu Fei crooked his finger at the mysterious person. Damn it. The mysterious person was so angry that he laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and punched out. Boom. The void in front of him exploded, and a figure rushed out. The two figures moved quickly in the void. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. How is this possible? How is this possible? The mysterious person from the Wood clan of the primogenitor realm was shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei was only at the peak quasi-supreme level, but he had a strong physique that could compete with his extreme path constitution. How is this possible? If he could recover his extreme path cultivation, wouldn't he be invincible among his peers? Nothing's impossible, Gu Fei said as he attacked. Boom. His fist smashed through the void and slammed into the mysterious man's body. The mysterious person's supernatural power was interesting. His body seemed to have no substance. When Gu Fei's fist hit it, it was like hitting nothingness. Interesting. Gu Fei continued to attack and hit the mysterious person again and again. He wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Dazzling divine light constantly rushed out of the mysterious person's body and pierced through Gu Fei. Every ray of divine light was like a peerless divine spear, easily piercing through the void. The immortal mountains in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan were hit by the divine light and exploded. Gu Fei naturally could not be hit. One should know that he was Gu Fei and had the fastest speed in the world. The divine light that rushed out of the mysterious person's body could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The heaven-treading steps that Gu Fei created was definitely the fastest combat technique in the world. Every step he took, not even a shadow could be seen in the void. Even the mysterious person from the Wood clan was the same. The moment Gu Fei moved, he could not catch Gu Fei's figure at all. What a fast movement technique! The mysterious person could not help but be surprised. Vine of the Void, I didn't expect this. Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, he already knew what this guy was. Vine of the Void. Even in the ancestral realm, the Vine of the Void was an extremely rare existence. A Vine of the Void that could cultivate to the extreme supremacy realm was even more unique. Even Gu Fei, who had once dominated the ancestral realm, had only seen a Vine of the Void that cultivated to the extreme supremacy realm. The mysterious person was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei could see through his real body. A quasi-supremacy could see through the extreme supremacy realm? You're just using the void divine ability to disperse my power. Gu Fei moved quickly in the void, dodging the rays of divine light that shot towards him. So what? Can you break it? The mysterious person said coldly. Haha. Gu Fei laughed. It's just a small trick. I'll break your mystique now. As Gu Fei spoke, he threw a punch at the mysterious man. A ball of divine light appeared on his fist. This ball of divine light was different from the others. It actually shattered the beams of divine light that shot towards it and directly smashed into the body of the void vine. You want to hurt me? Dream on. The mysterious person was disdainful. He was an extreme supremacy. Even if his cultivation base was sealed, he was still a genuine extreme supremacy. As an extreme supremacy, he naturally had the pride of an extreme supremacy. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze and he revealed a look of disbelief. How? In the next moment, before he could even finish his sentence, he was smashed into two by Gu Fei's punch. His entire body was smashed into two. Then, the mysterious person revealed his true form. A purple vine that was many times larger than a mountain ridge appeared between heaven and earth. No, it should be said that there were two of them, because this vine had already been split into two by Gu Fei's punch. The great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land all ran out. When they saw the Vine of the Void, they were all dumbfounded. The power of the Void surged out from the Vine of the Void, causing the surrounding void to constantly distort. Everything that came into contact with the distorted void would immediately shatter and turn into dust. Some of the great demons could not dodge in time and were directly smashed into pieces by the power of the void. They turned into a cloud of blood mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. All the great demons were extremely frightened, and they all turned around to escape. This level of power was not something they could contend against. Only a freak like Gu Fei could fight against these guys endlessly. If the old tortoise was here, he might be able to protect them. However, the old tortoise had not returned yet. At this moment, the old tortoise, who was celebrating the flattening of the 100,000 demon mountains, suddenly waved his right hand. A flame immediately descended from the sky and landed in his hand. What? The next moment, the old tortoise's expression changed drastically. Those bastards actually attacked my clan's sacred land while I was away? The old tortoise was furious. The flame just now was a flame messenger talisman. He already knew everything. If it were not for Gu Fei blocking the attack, the demon clan's ancestral land would have fallen long ago. The invaders were peerlessly powerful and could actually fight against Gu Fei endlessly. This shocked the old tortoise. He was well aware of Gu Fei's capabilities. That guy could actually fight against Gu Fei and not be killed. Could it be that an extreme grade supreme being had personally come? However, it was impossible for the extreme grade supreme being to appear in the heaven realm and the human realm. Sister-in-law, you have to go with me. Xiaoqing, stay here and don't return to the ancestral land for now. After giving instructions to Xiaoqing, the old tortoise and Yin directly disappeared into the void. Xiaoqing still did not know what had happened. He could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the old tortoise and Yin suddenly leaving. People from other forces were also baffled. However, people from other forces soon received the news that the demon clan's ancestral land had been breached. Everyone was extremely shocked. No wonder the old tortoise left in such a hurry. It turned out that his lair had been breached. Preposterous. Xiaoqing was shocked and angry. However, he had to obey the old tortoise's orders and could not return. The old tortoise was protecting him. The invaders were peerlessly powerful. No one knew that the people who breached the demon clan's ancestral land did not want to exterminate the demon clan. Instead, they were targeting Gu Fei. When the old tortoise and Yin returned to the demon clan's ancestral land, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. There was a large cauldron that was blooming with endless divine flames in front of them. Within the large cauldron, there was a vine that wanted to rush out. A figure sat cross-legged on the large cauldron, refining the purple vine in the cauldron with all his might. Chapter 43-41. The mysterious expert from the Wood Clan of the primogenitor world came to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan and wanted to kill Gu Fei before Gu Fei regained his invincible cultivation. However, the battle strength that Gu Fei displayed shocked the mysterious expert. However, when the old tortoise and Yin received the news and rushed back to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A giant cauldron emitting endless divine fire floated above the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. A terrifying heat wave surged from the cauldron, and the entire world seemed to be boiling. Even people tens of thousands of miles away felt extremely hot. The old tortoise and Yin were dumbfounded. They thought that it was Gu Fei who made the move, but when they returned to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, they saw that it was Gu Ling who made the move. What's going on? The old tortoise was shocked. Gu Ling was sitting cross-legged on the 9-phoenix cauldron, activating it with all her might to refine the powerful creature inside. Why did Ling come out of seclusion? Yin exclaimed. Gu Ling fought with the Eastern Sky Tyrant King not long ago, and then directly returned to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan for seclusion. Did she already comprehend? At this time, the feeling that Gu Ling gave off was somewhat different. Her temperament had changed in essence, and her cultivation was already close to Gu Fei's. Roar. An unwilling roar came from the 9-phoenix cauldron. The creature inside the cauldron was extremely powerful, and even the 9-phoenix cauldron could not refine it in a short time. What is that thing? The old tortoise exclaimed in shock. He could feel the tyrannical aura erupting from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. The creature trapped in the cauldron seemed to be a supreme martial artist. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly appeared beside Yen-Er. How could this be? When did Ling-Er come out of seclusion? Yen-Er asked hurriedly. Ling-Er just came out of seclusion. What do you think? Our daughter is amazing, right? Gu Fei said proudly. The cultivation and battle strength that Gu Ling displayed surprised him. It could be said that the current Gu Ling had surpassed him in the past. Back then, when he was Ling-Er's age, he didn't have such a powerful cultivation. He was at the peak of the quasi-venerable realm, just a step away from entering the quasi-venerable realm. My niece's comprehension is indeed amazing. Old Tortoise could not help but exclaim. Ling-Er shouldn't be able to suppress the existence in the cauldron, Yen-Er said worriedly. The Nine Phoenix Cauldron was only a quasi-paragon Dao artifact. It had yet to evolve into an extreme path Dao artifact. Wanting to use a quasi-paragon Dao artifact to refine a supreme being was very unreliable. It's all right. Gu Fei was very confident in his daughter. This guy came from the ancestral realm. If I can refine it into an extreme Dao divine pellet, Ling-Er's cultivation will be able to break through to the pinnacle of the quasi-supreme realm. Gu Fei continued. What? Yen-Er and the old tortoise were taken aback. They could never have imagined that the being sealed in the Nine Phoenix Cauldron was actually a being from the primogenitor realm. That was the source of all the worlds and the legends. Yen-Er and the old tortoise had heard of the primogenitor realm from Gu Fei. It was a world where extreme Daos roamed freely. Over there, extreme Daos were the rulers of the world. The great clans there controlled many hunting grounds, and the so-called hunting grounds were great worlds. Using the world as a hunting ground, even the knowledgeable old tortoise found it hard to believe. One had to know that it was already very difficult to be the master of a world. To control several great worlds at the same time, how much power was needed? The old tortoise felt terrified just thinking about it. Extreme Daos Supreme. The old tortoise stared at the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. He was just guessing earlier. Now, he no longer doubted that the being in the Nine Phoenix Cauldron was a real extreme Daos Supreme. Oh no, if that guy breaks the seal and attracts the power of heavenly punishment, then the old tortoise's expression suddenly changed. Haha, don't worry. That guy wants to restore his extreme Daos cultivation? That's impossible. Gu Fei smiled. You actually have a way to suppress an extreme Daos Supreme? The old tortoise was shocked. Gu Fei smiled but did not say a word. In this world, probably in the heavenly realm or the human world, no one could suppress an extreme Daos Supreme other than him. At this time, inside the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, the Void Vine was desperately attacking the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, trying to break out of it. However, there was a dot of blood light flickering between the brows of the purple-haired young man that the Void Vine had transformed into. The power that spread from the dot of blood light did not seem very strong, but it suppressed the extreme Daos power within the purple-haired young man's body. How is this possible? How is this possible? The purple-haired young man that the Void Vine had transformed into could not believe that a drop of Gu Fei's blood essence could seal his extreme Daos cultivation. Could the rumors be true? This guy had actually cultivated to that legendary realm? In this case, even if the purple-haired young man wanted to break the seal and release his extreme Daos power, it would be impossible to attract the power of heavenly punishment and perish together with Gu Ling. Moreover, he could not restore his extreme Daos cultivation, and his Yuan Qi was constantly being refined by the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. If this continued for too long, only death awaited him. He did not want to die. It turned out that while Gu Fei had been battling the purple-haired young man, Gu Ling had suddenly come out of seclusion. Then, Gu Fei and Gu Ling had joined forces to seal the purple-haired young man into the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. This guy was too confident. He thought that a mere quasi-supreme Dao artifact could not trap him at all. Who would have thought that the Nine Phoenix Cauldron was not an ordinary quasi-supreme Dao artifact? The materials used to form the Nine Phoenix Cauldron were peerless divine materials that even an extreme Daos supremacy would covet. The Nine Phoenix Cauldron was a Dao artifact that could evolve into an extreme Daos Dao artifact. In addition, The purple-haired young man's cultivation had been sealed by a drop of eternal true blood that Gu Fei had nurtured from the eternal true bone. After being sucked into the nine-phoenix cauldron, it was impossible for the purple-haired young man to break out of the seal. Damn it! The purple-haired young man used all his means, but he still could not break out of the nine-phoenix cauldron. This made him feel despair. However, it was not that easy for these guys to refine him. The purple-haired young man sat down cross-legged and used his mysterious technique to resist the power of the nine-phoenix cauldron. You want to waste time with me? Gu Ling, who was sitting cross-legged on the nine-phoenix cauldron, could not help but sneer. He could afford to waste time, but his opponent definitely could not. At this time, the battle in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan had alarmed countless experts. The ancestral grounds of the demon clan had countless spies from various forces in the celestial realm. It was impossible for such a huge commotion to go unnoticed. Soon, powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Supreme Cauldron Refinement. How bold! An ancient existence could not help but exclaim when he saw the real situation in the nine-phoenix cauldron. Chapter 43-42. In the entire history of cultivation in the heaven realm, refining a supreme being had never happened before. One should know that it was an extreme grade supreme. Who could be so powerful as to throw an invincible extreme grade supreme into the cauldron and refine him? This is crazy. Countless experts who received the news were dumbfounded. That extreme grade supreme is too useless. He's an extreme grade supreme. Someone said in disbelief. One should know that he was an extreme grade supreme, the strongest existence in the world. Rumble. The nine-phoenix cauldron kept vibrating, and an extremely tyrannical power rippled out from the cauldron. However, although the power was strong, it could not break the nine-phoenix cauldron. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the nine-phoenix cauldron. The divine fire from the Tao patterns caused the surrounding void to distort and be annihilated. Although Gu Ling gave it his all, he could not refine the void vine in the cauldron in a short time. At that moment, countless figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Monstrous demonic chi surged over, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. That bastard Shaoqing. Why is he back? Old Tortoise turned around and stared at the countless demon clan creatures that were rushing over like a black cloud. The one leading them was Old Tortoise's proud disciple, Shaoqing. Shaoqing wore armor and held a black rod in his hand. He led the demon clan army from afar majestically. His murderous aura shook the heavens and the earth. The experts near the demon clan's ancestral ground were very worried. Some of them retreated right away. Didn't I tell you to rest over there? Old Tortoise's gaze fell on Shaoqing. Master, Shaoqing wanted to say something but was interrupted by Old Tortoise. All right, you're back. Old Tortoise waved his sleeve and kept the demon clan army into his inner world. Seeing that his master did not blame him, Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shaoqing was also stunned by the scene in front of him. It was impossible for Gu Ling to refine the existence within the nine-phoenix cauldron so quickly. However, everyone was extremely nervous because this was unprecedented in the heavenly realm's cultivation world. Another 10 to 12 hours passed. The energy fluctuations from the nine-phoenix cauldron were still as strong as ever. It did not seem to have weakened at all. How long will it take to completely refine that guy? Old Tortoise said. This time, the demon clan's ancestral land was badly damaged. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and more than a dozen divine mountains had also collapsed. Only Mount Zulong remained standing. However, no one left. Everyone wanted to witness a miracle. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant sky. The next moment, the void tens of thousands of miles away from the ancestral land of the demon race suddenly exploded, and a beam of divine light rushed out of the broken void. Then, extremely powerful figures strode out from the void that had been torn open. That is, everyone was indescribably shocked. Damn it! Hurry up and release my honorable lord. As soon as those people came out, they directly rushed towards the demon clan's ancestral land. Release your head. Gu Fei directly threw a punch at the leader. The leader's body paused for a moment. The next moment, With a bang, he directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The rest of the guys were shocked, and then they all stopped. How is this possible? The souls of the purple-haired young man's subordinates were trembling. The other party had only used one blow to kill their leader. "I'll send you on your way." Xiaoqing roared and directly attacked the purple-haired young man's subordinates. That was a dozen or so holy venerable rankers. Little Qing actually wanted to fight them all alone, causing the Heaven Realm rankers who were watching the show to be extremely shocked. Boom! Xiaoqing was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He directly rushed into the group of people. In the next moment, two experts from the ancestral realm were swept away by his staff. They continuously coughed up blood in the air. "Go! Kill him!" The group of people was shocked but immediately reacted. Boom! Wong! Several holy, venerate Tao treasures attacked Xiaoqing at the same time. Humph! The corner of Xiaoqing's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he swept the black staff in his hand, and the holy venerate Tao treasures that were attacking him directly exploded. Several holy venerables directly vomited blood and were sent flying. From the ancestral realm? Can't even withstand a single blow. Xiaoqing was extremely domineering. He attacked left and right, beating the dozen or so holy venerables from the primogenitor realm into a sorry state. Almost no one could block a single strike from him. Clang! At this moment, someone from the side blocked the black staff in Xiaoqing's hand. "Little guy, you're too arrogant." A voice rang out beside Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing turned around and saw that the person who blocked his staff was already thin and small. His arms were very long, almost reaching the ground. He looked like a monkey. This guy was holding a battle spear in his hand. So what if I'm arrogant? Xiaoqing did not care. He directly swung the black staff in his hand at the monkey-like guy, and a powerful energy wave spread out from the black staff. Die! The monkey-like guy also raised the battle spear in his hand and directly blocked Xiaoqing's black staff. Then, his battle spear was like a poisonous snake, piercing towards Xiaoqing's forehead. Swish! Xiaoqing's figure instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the monkey-like guy's head. 8 desolation steps. Xiaoqing directly used the 8 desolation steps and stomped down on the guy's head. Rumble! A powerful force burst out from under little Qing's feet, and the void beneath her feet was faintly discernible with lightning. What? The expert from the ancestral realm was shocked. Without any suspense, he was directly stomped down from the sky by Xiaoqing's foot. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the guy directly smashed a bottomless hole in the ground. "Brother, my disciple is not bad, right?" Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. His tone was very proud. "Hee, compared to my daughter, he is far inferior," Gu Fei said with a smile. "Your whole family is a bunch of perverts." Old Tortoise sighed. Whether it was Gu Fei himself, his daughter, or Yin, they were peerless and powerful. They reached the peak of the Heaven Realm and were only one step away from becoming an extreme supremacy. At this moment, the expert who was stomped down by Xiaoqing rushed out from the ground. Chapter 43-43. Xiaoqing was incomparably domineering. He single-handedly killed 13 heavenly venerates from the primogenitor realm. These 13 heavenly venerates were the subordinates of the Void Vine. In fact, these 13 heavenly venerates were just servants of the Void Vine. The Wood Clan's Void Paragon had brought these 13 servants with him to the heavenly realm, the world where the Wood Clan had suffered heavy casualties. There were a few existences in the heavenly realm who had cultivated the Void Great Tao to the extreme. Some of them had even become extreme Tao Supremes. The Void Vine of the Wood Clan was also a paragon. It deserved to be called the Void Paragon. After little Qing got rid of all the servants that the Void Exalt had brought, only the Void Exalt, who was trapped in the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, was left from the primogenitor realm. Oh no! Old Turtle's expression suddenly changed. Xiaoqing had killed all these fellows. He didn't know where the Wood Race's transboundary passage to the heavenly realm was. A transboundary passage wasn't something an ordinary force could set up. As a great race in the primogenitor realm, the Wood Race didn't just want to turn the heavenly realm into their hunting ground. They even wanted to conquer the human world. Countless years ago, the wood race had already discovered the existence of the heavenly realm. At that time, the heavenly realm's cultivation world was extremely powerful and had repelled the invading wood race experts. The wood race naturally wasn't satisfied. They would send people to the heavenly realm every once in a while, but they were repelled by the heavenly realm's cultivation world every time. Now, the Void Prime had personally come to the heavenly realm. However, no one had expected that a supremacy from the primogenitor realm would actually be trapped in a cauldron. "Let me out." The Void Prime's voice came from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Rumble. The Nine Phoenix Cauldron shook violently. Countless ancient Tao patterns on the cauldron were activated. These Tao patterns directly attracted the purest fire elemental essence energy in the world. 9 divine phoenixes faintly appeared on the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Inside the cauldron was an endless sea of fire. In the middle of this sea of fire, a figure was constantly struggling and roaring. Powerful energy fluctuations erupted from this figure. The entire sea of fire was boiling. Just a single strand of this divine flame was enough to destroy a mountain range. However, such a powerful divine flame couldn't even burn the body of the Void Sovereign. A ball of divine light surged out from the Void Supremacy's body, blocking the surrounding divine flames. However, the essence of the Void Exalt's body continued to leak out, fusing into the surrounding divine flames. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Void Exalt was refined by the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. This was something that the Void Exalt was well aware of. However, there was nothing the Void Sovereign could do at this moment. A speck of blood-red light was faintly visible between his brows, and the power radiating from the blood-red light was forcefully suppressing the extreme Tao power in his body. This caused him to be extremely depressed. Within the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, the Void Exalt roared towards the heavens, occasionally reverting to his original form and occasionally turning into the purple-haired youth. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He simply could not break the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. "You want to come out after entering my cauldron?" Gu Ling, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, said indifferently. She, who had just come out of seclusion, had a huge improvement in her cultivation. She wanted to test out the results of her seclusion. If she could refine the fellow in the cauldron, her cultivation would be able to rush to the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Gu Ling was extremely excited just thinking about it. At this moment, there were more and more experts gathering outside the Demon Clan's ancestral grounds. All the major forces in the Heaven Realm had sent people over, and there were even peak of the quasi-supreme stage appearing near the Demon Clan's ancestral grounds. No one knew how many experts had arrived in the dark. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of divine light suddenly broke through the void and shot towards Gu Ling in the sky at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei was instantly enraged when he saw this. These people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to attack his daughter? Buzz. Just as the resplendent beam of light was about to pierce Gu Ling, the shadow of a set of god armor appeared on her body. The ray of divine light directly collided with the shadow of the godly armor and exploded. A battle spear appeared in front of everyone. Gu Ling waved her hand, and the battle spear landed in her hand. She stretched out her hand and swiped it across the spear, directly erasing a brand on it. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. It was just a shadow of a godly armor, but it actually blocked the attack of the battle spear. It was really unbelievable. "You're courting death." At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. His right hand directly grabbed towards the direction of the godly armor, and the void in front of him immediately shattered. A figure rushed out from the shattered void. This person directly turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky. "Get down here." Gu Fei grabbed towards the ray of divine light again. The ray of divine light immediately flew back to him and was held in his hand. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this?" Gu Fei's hand tightened, and he almost grabbed this guy to death. "Gu Fei, go to hell." That person roared, and in the next moment, his body emitted a dazzling divine light. Boom. He actually self-destructed. The terrifying power of destruction instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Old Tortoise and Yin who were at the side, were shocked and wanted to retreat. However, the destructive power of the person's self-destruction did not spread, and it was actually devoured by Gu Fei. The person who sneak-attacked Gu Ling was a quasi-supreme. Even Old Tortoise and Yin had to retreat when a quasi-supreme blew himself up, but Gu Fei was a freak. He could even refine the demonic power of the 10 absolute demon star, let alone the power of this little guy's self-destruction. Why are there so many people in the world who overestimate their own capabilities? Gu Fei sighed. This guy chose to self-destruct, and his physical body and primordial spirit were completely destroyed. It was also impossible for Gu Fei to find the mastermind through the soul-searching technique. Will you die if you don't show off? Old Tortoise laughed and scolded. Who is it? Gu Fei ignored Old Tortoise. He had many enemies in the heaven realm, such as the descendants of the heavenly demon and the remnants of the primordial era. These were all his great enemies. In the southern region of the heaven realm, the fire race also had some grievances with him. The ones who posed the greatest threat to Gu Fei were the people from the primogenitor's realm. No one knew when the people from the primogenitor's realm would cross over. Of course, as long as the power of heaven's punishment still existed, the heaven realm and the human realm would not be occupied by the great clans of the ancestral realm and become their hunting grounds. Seeing that the self-destruction of a quasi-supreme could not hurt Gu Fei at all the heaven realm experts were a little dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was really strong and crazy enough. This guy is known as a peerless savage. Seeing him today, he is indeed savage. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 43-44. Gu Fei, let me go. Otherwise, I'll send news that you're still alive back to the primogenitor's realm. The voice of the Wood Clan's supreme, Void Prime, resounded from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Even Gu Ling couldn't help but look at her father. Haha, you think you can send news back to the primogenitor's realm? Who are you trying to fool? Gu Fei laughed. He knew that if Void Prime really did send news of him being in the heavenly realm back to the primogenitor's realm, he would be in big trouble. In the past, Gu Fei fought with the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was a supreme existence in the eternal realm. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the first demon ancestor sacrificed his life to send Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation. After sending Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation, the first demon ancestor's body and soul were destroyed. This was a loss that the demons of the primogenitor's realm couldn't bear. If the demons of the primogenitor's realm knew that their old ancestor had died in vain, they would go crazy. Don't force me, Void Prime said fiercely. So what if I force you? Gu Fei didn't think much of it. Did this guy think he was an eternal sovereign? That he could easily cross realms? Preposterous. Since that's the case. Before the Void Sovereign in the 9 Phoenix Cauldron could finish his words, a shocking fluctuation erupted from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron and visible ripples appeared in the space around the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. HM? Sensing the energy fluctuations erupting from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, Gu Fei's face changed. He wanted to help Gu Ling suppress this energy. However, the energy only lasted for a moment before disappearing completely. However, just as the extremely tyrannical power disappeared, an almost invisible ray of divine light pierced through the 9 Phoenix Cauldron and disappeared into the void. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Did that guy really send news back to the primogenitor's realm? Did you see that? Gu Fei asked Old Tortoise. See what? Old Tortoise said with a frown. What about you? Did you see it? Gu Fei then asked Yin. One had to know that Yin was a peak quasi-supreme being, and her cultivation was even higher than the Old Tortoise's. What happened? Yin said. You didn't see it? Gu Fei was very surprised. He was the only one who saw the divine light that rushed out from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Good move. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of the primogenitor realm's supreme being, even with his eternal true blood suppressing his extreme cultivation, he was still able to send news back to the primogenitor realm. It was truly inconceivable. At this time, within the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, The Void Exalt's aura rapidly weakened. A supreme being of a generation had fallen just like that. In order to send the news back to the primogenitor realm, Void Exalt had sacrificed his life. In the end, a divine pill flew out from the 9 Phoenix cauldron and landed in Gu Fei's hand. It's not a supreme divine pill. Gu Fei shook his head. Even if he refined the Void Vine, he still couldn't condense it into a supreme divine pill. That was because the Void Vine had already used up most of its origin energy. However, even if the divine pill in Gu Fei's hand wasn't a supreme divine pill, it could still be a quasi-supreme divine pill. Father. At this time, Gu Ling kept the 9 Phoenix cauldron and came in front of Gu Fei. You're indeed my daughter. Gu Fei looked at Gu Ling with gratification. You must be tired. Yin looked at Gu Ling dotingly and said, I'm not tired. Gu Ling hugged Yin Er's hand and said, they didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but more like sisters. This family. The Heaven Realm experts who were watching from afar felt somewhat complicated when they saw this scene. We'll talk when we get back. The old tortoise took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the demon race's ancestral land. Let's go. Gu Fei waved his sleeves and chased after the old tortoise with Yin, and Gu Ling. Xiaoqing was stunned. Wait for me. Little Qing shouted and rushed over with her legs wide open. Although the demon race's ancestral land was badly damaged, some places were not affected by the battle. The mountain where the demon race's ancestral hall was located was unaffected. They directly returned to the ancestral hall. Just as Gu Fei and the others returned to the demon race's ancestral hall, a piece of news spread rapidly among the cultivators in the primogenitor realm. What? Gu Fei is not? That demon is still alive? After the news of Gu Fei's survival spread, the entire cultivation world in the primogenitor realm was in an uproar. Back then, Gu Fei and the first demon of the primogenitor realm fought a battle that resulted in both sides suffering. Moreover, the first demon of the primogenitor realm paid with his life. If Gu Fei was really alive, there would be a good show to watch. Gu Fei was sent into reincarnation by the old ancestor. How can he still be alive? In the primogenitor realm, a heroic voice came from a valley where the demons resided. In the valley, 2 demonic figures were faintly discernible. It's better to be careful. Send someone to take a look. One of the demonic figures said, All right. The other demonic figure nodded. At this moment, in the ancestral lands of the various factions in the primogenitor realm, there were supreme experts who walked out. Regardless of whether Gu Fei was alive or dead, they had to make this trip. One must know that back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere in the primogenitor realm and conquered a huge territory. There were also many supremes who submitted to him. How did Master die? Those fellows are really stupid. In the primogenitor realm, Gu Fei's subordinates gathered together. They wanted to make a comeback, but the various factions in the primogenitor realm had joined forces to deal with Gu Fei's remaining forces. Black Wind Supremacy, Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the others were already forced into a corner. When will Master come back and lead us to conquer everywhere? Gu Fei's subordinates were enduring. It was not an easy task for the people in the primogenitor realm to eliminate the so-called remaining forces of Gu Fei. One must know that back then, Gu Fei had slaughtered so many people in the primogenitor realm. Be it the Celestial Tribe or the Chu Tribe, they were all defeated by him. It was definitely not easy for them to recover. This was also the reason why Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others could last until now. Boom. On the 3rd day after the battle in the ancestral lands of the demon race, following a loud noise, the void above the eastern region of the Heaven Realm collapsed and turned into a spatial passageway. Then, a figure walked out from the spatial passageway. The person's white robe fluttered in the wind. It was a slender and handsome young man. Seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. Not long after, a loud noise was heard in the western desert. A powerful figure emitting dazzling golden light descended from the sky. Similar things happened in the southern region and the northern region. Peerless experts appeared by shattering the void. This was unbelievable. These peerless experts were all at the peak of the quasi-supremes. No one knew if they were supremes. Chapter 43-45. Along with the fall of the Void Vine Sovereign of the Wood Clan, the Void Sovereign, the Wood clan of the primogenitor world was finally annihilated. The void supremacy of the Wood race was courting death. Back then, he had hidden in seclusion and managed to avoid this calamity. However, he had encountered Gu Fei in the heavenly realm. It was fine that he had encountered Gu Fei. The funny thing was that he had thought that Gu Fei's cultivation had been reduced during his battle with the first demon of the primogenitor realm, so he had decided to take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Who would have thought that he, the last supremacy of the Wood race, would perish in the end? The fellows in the primogenitor realm were already afraid of the void supremacy, so they didn't dare to eat a piece of juicy meat like the Wood race. Now that the news of the void supremacy's death had reached the primogenitor realm, the powerful races immediately swallowed up the Wood race's territory. In the primogenitor realm, a force without a supremacy couldn't last long. The Wood race that the void supremacy had painstakingly rebuilt suffered a devastating blow. From then on, the Wood race was completely finished. Actually, even if the Wood race's ancestral land had been destroyed by Gu Fei, as long as the void supremacy was around, the race could still slowly recover and grow stronger. Unfortunately, with the death of the void exalt, the Wood tribe also vanished into thin air. Although the void supremacy of the Wood race had perished, he still wanted to teach Gu Fei a lesson. He had actually used his life as the price to send the news that Gu Fei was still alive back to the primogenitor realm. This left the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm dumbfounded. Even the first demon of the primogenitor realm couldn't kill Gu Fei. Only the shooting sun supremacy, the black wind supremacy, and the others knew that Gu Fei was still alive and well. After all, if Gu Fei had died, they would have died a long time ago. It should be known that Gu Fei had placed a restriction on their bodies. If the first demon of Gu Fei had perished, the restriction on their bodies would have instantly activated and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. They had been waiting for Gu Fei's return. However, Gu Fei had been sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the first primogenitor demon. It wouldn't be easy for him to return to the primogenitor's realm. When the Wood tribe's void supremacy returned, he immediately attacked the shooting sun supremacy and the others. The Wood tribe's territory was snatched away by them. At this time, the news that Gu Fei wasn't dead spread. The various forces in the primogenitor realm were shaken, especially those who had enmity with Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had slaughtered in all directions. Even a supreme king was killed by him. The Chu clan's old monster Chu, the Tian clan's old patriarch, and the Li clan's Li Changtian, who were they? Even they were defeated by Gu Fei. Who could be a match for Gu Fei? Only the legendary supreme existence of the eternal realm was qualified to be Gu Fei's opponent. Back then, Gu Fei was so awesome. Gu Fei thought that it would take some time for those fellows from the primogenitor's realm to come to the heaven realm. However, no one expected them to come so quickly, especially the demons of the primogenitor's realm. Rumble, one evening, in the middle of the heaven realm, in the sky above a remote mountain range, the void suddenly collapsed. A black hole appeared high up in the sky. A monstrous demonic aura surged out of the black hole. That is, in the mountain range, there was a small sect with only a few thousand people. The sect leader was only a sage. In the heaven realm, a sect that was unrivaled by a quasi-supremacy and only had a sage overseeing it could only be considered a small sect. The sect leader of this small sect never expected that a calamity would suddenly befall them. The demonic aura that suddenly descended from the sky directly turned the entire sect into ferocious demonic creatures. From the sect leader to the disciples guarding the sect, everyone was turned into demonic creatures. Too weak. At this moment, a voice came from the black hole high up in the sky. The demonic aura that surged out from the black hole enveloped the entire mountain range. As long as a living being came into contact with the demonic aura, it would turn into a terrifying demonic creature. Then, a demonic figure walked out of the black hole. Don't look down on the living beings here. That idiot from the Wood race died here. Another voice sounded, and another demonic figure walked out of the black hole. As soon as this demonic figure appeared, the black hole behind them began to shrink and finally disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared. Gu Fei is in this world? A demonic expert said in disbelief. Although this world was also a flawless world, It was classified as a supremacy forbidden area by the major forces of the primogenitor's realm. At some point in time, some paragon forbidden zones had appeared in the myriad worlds. Extreme Tao Supremes who entered those places were in danger of dying. Therefore, the extreme supremacies of the primogenitor's realm would not enter these supremacy forbidden areas unless it was necessary. There shouldn't be any mistake, the other demonic experts said in a deep voice. An unparalleled powerhouse actually hid here. I want to see if this Gufei can continue to be invincible. The two quasi-supremacies of the primogenitor's realm immediately erupted with shocking killing intent. Roar! The living beings in the mountain range that had turned into demonic creatures all sprawled on the ground and roared at the sky. Demons? When the two demons of the primogenitor's realm descended on the celestial realm's central region, the old antiques of the celestial realm were immediately alarmed. Some of them were extremely shocked. Weren't the celestial realm's demons annihilated by the old tortoise's demon-hunting army? Even the 100,000 demon mountains were destroyed. There was no place for the celestial realm's demons in the celestial realm. Boom! The two demons from the primogenitor's realm were just about to leave when a beam of divine light descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of demonic energy and landing in front of the two demons. Demons, you actually dare to fly in the central region? Do you really think there's no one in my profound heaven-holy land that can stop you? The newcomer roared. The golden light dissipated, and a powerful figure shrouded in golden light appeared in front of the two demons. This person was an old Taoist. This old Taoist was currently glaring at the two demons. These two demons had actually turned all the living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles into demonic creatures. This was a fatal blow to this region. Once the countless demonic creatures in the mountain range rushed out of the mountain range, countless living beings would suffer a calamity. This was the profound heaven-holy land's territory. They couldn't allow the demons to act so wantonly. How dare you? Do you know who we are? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of us? One of the demons said angrily, I don't care who you are. How many demons have died at the hands of the mystic Tharch? Hand over your lives. The old Taoist roared and immediately attacked. Chapter 43-46. The mystic Tharch was an emperor from the heaven realm's central region. He came from the profound heaven-holy land, but he did not stay there. Instead, he left for Mount Qi. The heaven realm's Mount Qi was 100,000 miles away from the profound heaven-holy land's ancestral land. However, it was less than 10,000 miles away from the mountain range where the primogenitor demons had appeared. The moment the primogenitor devil race's two quasi-paragons appeared, the mystic Tharch could already sense their presence. The mystic Tharch had not taken action during the previous invasion of the heaven realm by the extreme mysterious realm. He had lost to the profound heaven-holy leader in the fight for the position of sacred leader of the profound heaven-holy land. In a fit of anger, he had left the profound heaven-holy land and gone to Mount Qi. However, he did not establish a sect. He still considered himself a disciple of the profound heaven-holy land. The area he ruled was naturally within the profound heaven-holy land's sphere of influence. Although the mystic Tharch could not become the sacred leader of the profound heaven-holy land, he could put aside all distracting thoughts and focus on cultivation on Mount Qi. Today, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed the current profound heaven-holy leader. The mystic Tharch had some grudges with the profound heaven-holy leader and did not want to meet him. He could not see the profound heaven-holy leader where the mystic Tharch was. He could not see the profound heaven-holy leader where the profound heaven-holy leader was. At this time, a demon had actually barged into his territory. The mystic Tharch naturally could not sit back and do nothing. Buzz! The sound of a sword was like a dragon's cry. The mystic Tharch waved his right hand, and a supreme swordlight immediately rushed out of his body towards the two demons. How dare you, lowly beings from the lower realm, attack us? You must have a death wish. The two progenitor devils were enraged. One of them opened his mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the sword light that was coming at him in one gulp. You are the one seeking death. The mystic Tharch sneered. He allowed the demon to swallow his sword light. Such pure sword Tao power. After swallowing the mystic Thearka's sword light, the demon licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Haha, these lowly beings overestimate themselves. The other demon laughed disdainfully. What an arrogant fellow. The mystic Tharch was annoyed just looking at these two fellows. In the next moment, a thought came to his mind. Ouch! The demon that had swallowed the mystic Thearka's sword light suddenly clutched its stomach and screamed. How is this possible? The demon couldn't believe it. Sword out! The mystic Tharch shouted as he pointed with his right hand. In the next moment, a sword light broke through the demon's stomach and rushed out. Then, the demon's body split into two and fell from the sky. As it turned out, not only had the sharp sword light split open the demon's stomach, but it had also split the demon from the primogenitor world into two. At this moment, the sword light descended, directly crushing the two halves of the devilish lord's body. A quasi-supreme demon lord of the primogenitor demon clan who had crossed over from the primogenitor realm to the primogenitor demon clan had died just like that. What? When the other demon saw this, he was stunned. His legs were trembling, and he was terrified to the extreme. They were the high and mighty primogenitor demons. How could they not be a match for these fellows from the lower domain? The remaining demon let out a strange cry, turned around, and fled. You are just a low-stage primogenitor demon. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? What a joke. The mystic Tharch laughed in disdain and immediately turned into a sword light and rushed forward. Without any suspense, the remaining primogenitor demons was also killed by the mystic Thearka's sword. After the mystic Tharch killed the two demons, he immediately made a move to kill the countless demons in the mountain range that had been demonized. Just as the mystic Tharch was killing the demons from the primogenitor world, there was a sound of something shattering in one of the demon halls of the primogenitor world. How is this possible? The two demonic figures sitting cross-legged in the devil hall opened their eyes at the same time. They looked towards a certain wall in the hall. There was nothing in the hall, but there were countless holes in the walls, and in the holes, there were many palm-sized devil tablets. In the direction that the two demonic figures were looking at, there were two holes in the wall where the devil plates had actually shattered. How is this possible? They just went to the lower domain and they died? Voices of disbelief came from the demon hall. Outrageous, those two pieces of trash. The two demons in the demon hall were shocked and angry. Was the supreme forbidden ground really so evil? Continue to send more people. I don't believe this. One of the demons raged. Unlike the two pieces of trash from the primogenitor demons who went to the heaven domain to show off, the experts sent by the other factions did not die so quickly. At this time, the old tortoise began to rebuild the demon race's ancestral ground. The ancestral ground had been destroyed many important places, especially the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. This time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise joined forces. Not only did they repair the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground, but they also increased the power of the defensive array. At this time, even if an extreme grade supreme were to personally take action, it would take a while to break the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. Those people finally found us. On a mountain peak in the demon race's ancestral ground, Gu Fei and the old tortoise stood together. Those people? Could they be from the primogenitor realm? The old tortoise's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. What was so different about the legendary people from the primogenitor realm? Didn't you sense that there are a lot of uninvited guests outside? Gu Fei said with a smile. He was not afraid of the people from the primogenitor realm at all. No matter who came, he was confident that he could fight them, unless the supreme existences of the eternal realm came. It should be known that experts of that realm could directly ignore the power of heaven's punishment. Of course, the supreme existences of that realm would not descend to the lower realm to hunt down Gu Fei. Extraordinary existences like them were rarely interested in anything. Moreover, the most important thing was that Gu Fei did not seem to have offended any supreme existences of the eternal realm, except for the first demon ancestor. The people from the primogenitor realm were all observing. No one wanted to be the first to make a move. The experts of the Chu clan and the Tian clan appeared outside the ancestral ground of the demon race in the heaven realm. These people were extremely shrewd. Even the void supremes had fallen in the heaven realm. How could they be careless? A bunch of timid fellows. It seems that I overestimated the people from the primogenitor realm. The old tortoise sighed. Why don't you go out and play? Gu Fei said with a smile. No, I still want to live for a few more years. The old tortoise quickly shook his head. He did not want to offend the people from the primogenitor realm. After all, he also wanted to go to the primogenitor realm to play. Gu Fei, I know you're inside. Come out and die. Chapter 43-47. The Wood Race's last sovereign sent news from the heavenly realm that Gu Fei was not dead. When the news that Gu Fei was still alive spread throughout the ancestral realm, it shook the entire realm. Countless people were shocked to the extreme when they heard the news. That guy is not dead? Ancestral realm, Li clan. In the newly rebuilt ancestral grounds. The Li clan's second progenitor was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed the table in front of him. The Li clan was originally a powerful clan in the heaven realm. That was because the Li clan had produced Li Changtian. He was a powerful existence that had achieved eternity. He was a supreme existence that could compete with the Chu clan's old monster Chu and the Tian clan's old clan master. Li Changtian was also one of the strongest opponents Gu Fei had met in the ancestral realm. But in the end, he was still swallowed by Gu Fei. The Li clan's third progenitor also died at the hands of Gu Fei. The most infuriating thing was that Gu Fei had destroyed the Li clan's ancestral grounds. He had devoured all the worldly essence that the Li clan's ancestral grounds had accumulated over countless years, turning it into a barren land. And in front of Gu Fei, the Li clan's second progenitor still had to pretend to be polite. Even if his teeth were crushed, he had to swallow it down with his blood. It was too sullen. However, the Li clan's second progenitor was a formidable character. Even though he had killed his brothers with Gu Fei, he still endured it. This was truly admirable. After Gu Fei defeated Li Changtian, Old Monster Chu, and the Sky clan's old clan lord, he did not destroy the three clans. Instead, he destroyed the Li clan's and Sky clan's ancestral grounds. The Chu clan's ancestral grounds had been turned into ruins by the Locust clan. Although the three clans were nearly defeated by Gu Fei, their foundations were not to be underestimated. Even without their former strength, they could not be underestimated. Currently, the Li clan, Chu clan, and Sky clan had rebuilt their ancestral grounds in the ancestral realm. As long as there were still extreme-grade utmost beings holding down the fort, they would not truly decline. If there were no extreme-grade utmost beings holding down the fort, it would be dangerous. The primogenitor realm's southern region's extreme Dao Supremes were almost all killed by Gu Fei. After the Locust tribe's chaos, the entire southern region's major forces suffered great losses. Without tens of thousands of years of recuperation, it was impossible for him to recover. And now, Gu Fei was still alive. This made everyone who had a grudge against Gu Fei feel uneasy. With Gu Fei's personality, once he returned to the primogenitor's world, the first thing he would do would probably be to destroy the demons of the primogenitor's world. Back then, the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and beat him into it. Therefore, when the demons of the ancestral realm received the news, they immediately took action. It wasn't difficult to find out where Gu Fei was. They only needed to know where the last unlucky supreme being of the wood race had gone. Gu Fei, come out and die. In the heaven realm, outside the demon clan's ancestral land, an old voice sounded. Demonic energy is soaring. Who is it? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei. Ancestor demon. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. What? Old Tortoise stumbled and almost fell. An ancestor demon from the primogenitor's world? That was an existence above the extreme Dao Supremes. This was bad. TCH, look at your cowardly face. You still want to go to the primogenitor's world? Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and mocked. If you're not a coward, then go out and take care of that guy for me to see. Old Tortoise looked displeased. Since you're not coming out, then I can only go in and drag you out. The old voice from outside sounded again. Haha. Stop acting in front of me. I didn't even care about the first demon ancestor back then, much less a little demon like you. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. You, outside. The ancestor demon was furious. The whole world suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen. A terrifying demonic aura came from outside the demon clan's ancestral land. All the creatures in the ancestral land were frightened to the extreme. Ancestor Great Demon? Gu Fei smiled. You can still smile at this time? The old tortoise was shocked. The demonic aura coming from the outside was too powerful. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, there was a burst of thunder. A terrifying destructive power was about to break out. Is that guy crazy? He actually dared to use the extreme Tao power in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise exclaimed, Has this demon broken through to the half-step eternal realm? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Only by breaking through to that realm could one ignore the power of heavenly punishment. However, which step had the ancestor Great Demon taken? It should be known that it was absolutely not easy to take that step. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Sure enough, the powerful demonic power outside was rapidly weakening. In the end, the ancestor Great Demon didn't really trigger the power of heavenly punishment. Initially, Gu Fei was still worried. But now, he was smiling. Under the extreme Tao, I'm invincible. If the ancestor Great Demon didn't use the power of the extreme Tao, then he might not be able to return to the ancestral realm today. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The entire demon clan's ancestral land trembled. The mountain peaks outside the ancestral land instantly collapsed. The guardian array of the demon clan's ancestral land blocked this sudden attack. In the void, countless array patterns emerged. Ancient Tao diagrams appeared in the void, enveloping the entire demon clan's ancestral land. On these Tao diagrams, there were traces of primal chaos qi. Primal chaos Feng Tian diagram? The ancestor Great Demon was shocked. This primal chaos Feng Tian diagram was the #1 Tao artifact of the Wood Clan. This extreme Tao artifact was extremely powerful and could contend with the power of heavenly punishment. No wonder you are so fearless. Outside the demon clan's ancestral land, amidst the surging demonic qi, 2 blood-colored demonic lights flickered. The ancestor Great Demon's aged voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Gu Fei had once dominated the ancestral realm and obtained many extreme Tao artifacts. If you have the ability, then come in. Gu Fei still had a calm expression. You dare to look down on me? The primogenitor Great Fiend was on the verge of going crazy. Back then, the 9 of them had joined forces to summon the first primogenitor Great Fiend. But after the first primogenitor Great Fiend perished, the 9 of them became street rats and were chased everywhere. Among the 9 great ancestor Great Demons, 3 great ancestor Great Demons perished under the pursuit of the supremes of the ancestral realm. Back then, there were 12 ancestor Great Demons in the ancestral demon domain. But now, only 6 were left. Moreover, these 6 great ancestor Great Demons were greatly injured and had all gone into hiding. The ancestor Great Demon left the ancestral realm and descended to the heaven realm to settle scores with Gu Fei. This was already a huge risk. I am not looking down on you, but I have never placed you in my eyes, Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Roar. The ancestor Great Demon roared towards the sky. Very well. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? There are many people in the ancestral realm who want you dead. As long as I send the news that you are here back, you are dead for sure. The ancestor Great Demon gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Whatever. As Gu Fei spoke, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the demon clan's ancestral land. He no longer cared about the ancestor Great Demon outside. This brother of mine is too amazing. Chapter 43-48. Gu Fei completely disregarded the primogenitor Great Demon, which had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, almost drove him crazy. However, in addition to the extreme Tao level protective array, there was also the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram, a super extreme Tao treasure. Even the primogenitor Great Demon had no confidence in breaking through the ancestral realm. Moreover, this world was the extreme Tao forbidden area. Extreme Tao power could not be used here. Once it was used, it would attract the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could threaten extreme Tao supremes. Although the primogenitor great demon's demonic might was unparalleled, he was not willing to take the risk because he had never heard of anyone surviving after using extreme Tao power in the extreme Tao forbidden area. Gu Fei, just you wait. The primogenitor great demon left furiously. What should we do? The primogenitor great demon's words could not suppress Gu Fei, but it could suppress the old turtle. If the primogenitor great demon attracted Gu Fei's enemies in the ancestral realm, it would be terrible. The old turtle could not remain calm and hurriedly chased after Gu Fei. At this time, in the ancestral realm, apart from the old turtle's subordinates, Gu Ling and Yin had already entered Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Ling wanted to refine the half-step extreme Tao divine pill obtained from refining the wood race's last supremes. Yin wanted to protect Gu Ling. That quasi-supreme divine pill could definitely allow Gu Ling's cultivation to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. Sure enough, not long after the primogenitor great demon left, powerful figures continuously appeared in the vicinity of the ancestral realm. Each figure was extremely powerful. Most importantly, these experts were not living beings of the heaven realm, but from other worlds. Where did these people come from? The old antiques of the heaven realm were indescribably shocked. In the past few days, countless experts had suddenly appeared in the heaven realm, causing the major forces of the heaven realm to be extremely nervous. At this time, the old antiques of the heaven realm realized that experts from the outer world could travel between the heaven realm and the outer world. All the experts from the heaven realm were watching. In this extreme Tao forbidden area, everyone had to be careful and not be careless. At this time, the atmosphere in the southern region of the heaven realm was extremely tense. The entire southern region was like a barrel of explosives. With just a spark, it would explode. Those people outside are so bored. The lazy voice of the old tortoise rang out from the ancestral hall of the demon clan. Those fellows are extremely shrewd. They won't make a move before they figure out the truth about me, Gu Fei said calmly. Then let's just continue like this, huh? Old tortoise laughed. It won't take long. Gu Fei knew very well that it wouldn't be long before those fellows made their move. How could the old tortoise imagine the methods of those fellows from the primogenitor realm? You mean those guys outside are going to start? Old tortoise became nervous when he heard that. With me here, what are you afraid of? Gu Fei looked at old tortoise with a faint smile. Ugh. Old tortoise was speechless. This guy's pretentious skills were above his own. He had no choice but to look at Gu Fei in a new light. Another peaceful day passed. However, soon, news came from outside that the mysterious experts who had crossed realms had begun to attack the major forces of the heaven realm. An expert covered in a vast and mighty aura of fire directly destroyed the mountain gate of the profound heaven holy land. He broke into the ancestral grounds of the profound heaven holy land and captured the profound heaven holy lord. In less than half a day, the profound heaven holy land submitted. On the same day, the Taiching Holy Land was conquered. The Li clan of the heaven realm collapsed and submitted to the Li clan of the primogenitor realm. The Chu clan of the heaven realm submitted to the Chu clan of the primogenitor realm. The 9 clans of the Shili clan of the heaven realm submitted to the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The major forces of the primogenitor realm began to nurture their own representatives in the heaven realm. However, not all forces were willing to submit. Some forces resisted fiercely and were destroyed by the experts of the primogenitor realm. Southern region of the heaven realm, Southern Mountains God Emperor Cang Zhao's Emperor Divine Palace. Cang Zhao's expression was solemn as he scanned his subordinates in the palace hall. Dizun, why don't we surrender too? That's right, Dizun. Those people are from the legendary primogenitor upper realm. We are no match for those experts from the primogenitor upper realm. Starting a war with them is no different from smashing a rock with an egg. The experts in the hall, who were usually awe-inspiring, all started to persuade the Southern Mountains God Emperor to surrender and submit to the people from the primogenitor realm. Shut up, all of you. The Southern Mountains God Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The hall immediately quietened down. At this time, Only the Southern Mountains God Emperor Shao had not surrendered. The fire race had surrendered long ago. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Those who resisted the people from the primogeniture realm would only have one fate, and that was to be mercilessly killed. To surrender or not to surrender? The Southern Mountains God Emperor knew that he was no match for the people from the primogeniture realm. However, he was extremely unwilling to submit and become someone else's servant. Are you still not going to come out and beg me to spare your lives? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Hearing this voice, the expressions of all the experts in the hall changed. Zun, this. Everyone looked nervously at the Southern Mountains God Emperor on the throne. At this time, outside the Emperor God Palace of the Southern Mountains God Emperor stood an elegant young man in white robes. Two middle-aged men stood behind this white-robed young man. Of the two middle-aged men, one was dressed in coarse cloth and carried a large bow on his back. However, there was no quiver. The other person was empty-handed. Only his face was exposed outside his black robes. He gave off a cold and sinister feeling. Just these three people had forced the Southern Mountains God Emperor into a dead end. Zun, why don't we invite Gu Fei? An old man in the hall suddenly said. This old man was the grandfather of Sunset City's city lord, Gu Ling's disciple, Yin Er. Yin Er's grandfather had already broken through to the sage realm. Even Yin Er was surprised. Right now, Yin Er was still cultivating in Gu Fei's 9 Heavenly Stars sword with Zhao Hao and Ming Long. No one knew when she would come out of seclusion. However, before the Southern Mountains God Emperor could say anything, a figure smashed through the door and rushed in. The man arrived in front of the Luoxia City Lord in an instant. He stared at the Luoxia City Lord and said, "Did you just say Gu Fei?" The white-robed young man looked a little nervous. At this time, two figures flashed by the door and rushed into the hall. The group of experts in the hall immediately dispersed and stared nervously at the three experts who had suddenly entered. In the eyes of the white-robed youth, there seemed to be stars descending, as if they contained a starry sky. Chapter 43-49. The Heaven Realm had become the venue for the Ancestral Realm's forces to display their power. No matter if it was the Heaven Realm's Central Region, Eastern Region, Southern Region, Western Region, or Northern Region, experts from the Ancestral Realm had descended. These experts were incomparably strong and directly broke through the mountain gates of the Heaven Realm's major powers, forcing them to submit. There was only one outcome for those who refused to submit, and that was to be killed without mercy. However, although the Ancestral Realm's powerhouses were powerful, the Heaven Realm was a perfect world that had existed for countless years. It had a complete Tao law. The Heaven Realm gave birth to many extreme Tao Supremes. For example, the Monster Race Ancestor, the Dragon Race Ancestor, the Golden Spirit Ape Ancestor, the Golden Rock Ancestor, the Heaven Realm's Zhou Clan, Li Clan, and other forces all had extreme Tao legacies. In the Northern Realms, there was the mysterious snowy Heavenly Palace and the extreme North Prison region. Back then, Gu Fei had subdued Song Ke and the Black-Scaled Tiger Emperor in the extreme North Prison region. The legendary Qilin Halberd had also appeared in the extreme North Prison region and was obtained by a mysterious woman. The Ancestral Realm's powerhouses were invincible, sweeping through the entire Heaven Realm. If they met resistance, they would be trampled. In a short period of time, countless living beings had fallen. The entire Heaven Realm was gradually divided up by the Ancestral Realm's forces. They all wanted to establish strongholds in the Heaven Realm and have their own territory. However, very quickly, the Ancestral Realm's powerhouses met a hard nail. In the Northern Realms, the three Ancestral Realms' tyrannical Sky Dynasty's powerhouses descended on the endless snow field. Second brother, this is a world of ice and snow. There's not even a strand of hair. Why did we abandon the Central Region's countless cultivation resources and come here? A black-clothed youth asked a black-clothed middle-aged man in front of him. Seventh brother, you don't know. There's a treasure here. If we get it, our boss's cultivation will break through to the extreme Tao realm. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled. There's a treasure in this god-forsaken place? The black-clothed youth was shocked. "Come out!" The leader, a majestic-looking middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a purple robe, stomped down. Boom! In the next moment, the endless snow field actually cracked. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh resounded, and then the entire snowfield started to tremble. Rumble! The tens of thousands of meters thick ice layer arched upwards, and a divine palace that was even larger than a mountain broke through the thick ice layer, slowly rising from the snowy land. This is, when the black-clothed youth and the black-clothed middle-aged man saw this scene, their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Those three guys are after Heavenly Palace of Snow Domain? Zhao Tianxiang, the head of the Heaven Realm's Zhao family, appeared in the distant sky. Right now, there were only two great powers in the northern region of the Heaven Realm. One was the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm, and the other was the Heavenly Palace of the Snow Domain. Because Zhao Hao of the Zhao clan was a disciple of Gu Fei, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm directly swept away the other powers. Gu Fei's forces also withdrew from the northern region of the Heaven Realm. After all, Gu Fei had left the Heaven Realm and the human world for such a long time, and only the Iron Blood Taoist was left to defend the human world. More than once, the Iron Blood Taoist had summoned the forces of the Heaven Realm and the human world to fight against various powerful enemies. Almost all the forces that belonged to Gu Fei in the Heaven Realm had been summoned to the human world by him. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he found out that the forces that he had painstakingly built up were almost destroyed. This made him very angry. At this time, in the northern region, an extremely overbearing aura exploded from a figure. The entire northern region suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Haha, I haven't seen boss in a long time. The black-clothed youth called Shao Qi laughed loudly. Let's get out of the way first. The black-clothed middle-aged man said as he pulled the black-clothed youth and directly retreated. Who are you? At this moment, from the divine palace that had broken through the layer of ice and risen into the sky, a woman's voice that was filled with allure rang out. This voice seemed to possess an unfathomable attraction, as if it could capture the soul of any living being. Shao Qi's cultivation base was slightly weaker. When he heard this voice, his vision went black, and he almost fell from the sky. What? The black-clothed youth was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his Xian Qi and focused his mind, which was why he wasn't affected. What's going on? The black-clothed youth was indescribably shocked. He was a king of the primogeniture realm's tyrannical sky dynasty. If he was defeated in this lowly realm, it would be too embarrassing. Roar! At this time, the leader of the three suddenly roared, and a terrifying sound wave directly covered the voice that came from the divine palace. Submit or die. The number one overlord of the tyrannical sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, was extremely domineering. The power behind the tyrannical sky dynasty's Yi family was extraordinary. The Yi family had Yi Qingtian, a different kind of eternal existence. In the past, Yi Qingtian and the evil ancestor were supreme powerhouses in the primogeniture realm who could compete with Gu Fei. This was also the reason why the tyrannical sky dynasty was so domineering. As long as Yi Qingtian was alive, the tyrannical sky dynasty's Yi family wouldn't perish, and no one would dare to touch the Yi family. After all, Yi Qingtian was a nearly invincible existence in the primogeniture realm. Presumptuous. A feminine voice came from the divine palace. In the next moment, a faint figure appeared in front of the divine palace. As soon as the figure appeared, the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly, becoming even colder. The temperature of the snowfield was already very low. Now, even the void seemed to be solidifying. If you don't submit, then die. Yi Kuang's face was expressionless. He stomped his right foot, and the ground exploded. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky, rushing towards the divine palace with extreme speed. Is it about to begin? In the distant sky, the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Tianxiang, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He wanted to see what kind of ability this guy from the primogeniture realm had to dare to provoke the heavenly snow palace. Even the Zhao family didn't dare to touch the heavenly snow palace. Even Gu Fei, who was so domineering and invincible in the past, couldn't do anything to the heavenly snow palace. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Kuang directly crashed into the heavenly snow palace. The spectating heaven realm powerhouses were all inexplicably shocked. What they didn't know was that Yi Kuang cultivated the tyrannical battle body. This battle body was extremely powerful. Right now, Yi Kuang was a quasi-supreme Tao treasure in human form. In the next moment, the entire divine palace shook from his impact. Is this guy a madman? Zhao Tianxiong was a little dumbfounded. This guy from the primogeniture realm's attack was too unconventional. Courting death. Chapter 4350. The number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty from the primogeniture realm had come to the northern region of the Heaven Realm. This overlord went straight to the heavenly palace of snow. This shocked the experts of the northern region. The heavenly palace of snow was the strongest and most mysterious force in the northern region. Even Gu Fei, who was almost invincible in the Heaven Realm, couldn't do anything to the heavenly palace of snow domain. The guys from the primogeniture realm are too arrogant. Do they think they're invincible? The experts of the northern region didn't think much of it. These bastards from the primogeniture realm had wantonly attacked the major forces of the Heaven Realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let the northern region off. Now, these guys had finally come, and only 3 of them. 3 guys wanted to conquer the entire northern region? They were underestimating the experts of the northern region. The northern region of the Heaven Realm had always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Other than the Zhao clan and the heavenly palace of snow, there were also many nameless experts living in seclusion in the northern region. The Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm was nothing in their eyes. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, Yi Kuang, slammed into the heavenly palace of snow. Rumble. The entire heavenly palace of snow shook. Countless ancient runes appeared on the surface of the heavenly palace of snow. The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, was sent flying 1,000 miles away by the force of the explosion. He crashed into an iceberg. A figure appeared in front of the heavenly palace of snow. This time, it wasn't a shadow. How dare you come to the heavenly palace of snow? Die. It was a masked woman in white. Although her face was covered, her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She exuded an extraordinary aura. At this time, the masked woman glared at the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, who was rushing up from the ground. Die. As the white-robed woman spoke, she directly sent a palm strike towards Yi Kuang, who was charging towards her. A powerful cold energy erupted from her palm, instantly freezing everything within a radius of 3,000 li. Even the void was frozen. Yi Kuang didn't escape the fate of being frozen. Tisk, you're only SOSO. How dare you come here and behave atrociously with your cultivation? You're really courting death. The masked woman in white said disdainfully. Bam! At this moment, the falling human-shaped ice block suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the shattered ice block. That person was Yi Kuang. Whoosh! Yi Kuang stretched out his hand and grabbed the masked woman in white. A powerful force enveloped the entire area, and the lady in white flew towards Yi Kuang's hand involuntarily. Eternal freeze! The white-robed woman shouted. In the next moment, a violent wave of energy exploded from her body. After that, Yi Kuang was once again sealed in ice. However, Yi Kuang Sui shattered the ice on his body and escaped. Eat my fist! Yi Kuang directly punched towards the lady in white. There was no divine ability, only the purest strength, and it was the strongest strength. This punch was extremely domineering. It directly broke through the layers of energy and was about to hit the lady in white. At this moment, a force suddenly erupted from the masked woman's body, and a ball of fire instantly collided with Yi Kuang's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 figures and a ball of fire were sent flying in different directions. The ball of fire instantly exploded, and in the next moment, a divine bird that looked like a phoenix appeared in the fire. Within the fire, there was a vague flame pattern. What? The Heaven Realm experts who were watching from afar were all shocked. It's the heavenly palace Saintess Phoenix. Someone exclaimed. So it's the Saintess. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Realm finally knew who was fighting against the bastard from the ancestral realm. The last time the Heavenly Palace Saints fought was during the chaos of the extreme North Prison region. It had been a long time since then. This time, it was the Heavenly Palace Saints again. The Heavenly Palace Saints was mysterious. In the past, only a few people had seen her fight. In the battle of the extreme North Prison region, the Saints had subdued a phoenix that was known as the ancient great ominous phoenix. The divine bird that had just attacked was the ancient great ominous phoenix. This phoenix was not a real phoenix, but it had inherited the phoenix's bloodline. That was why it was called a phoenix. The phoenix that the Heavenly Palace Saints had subdued was even stronger and more terrifying than a real phoenix. Master, the phoenix bowed to the Heavenly Palace Saints. Well done. You should practice with this arrogant guy first. The Heavenly Palace Saints said to the phoenix. Yes, master. The phoenix hurriedly accepted the order. Puffed. It's just a mixed breed with an impure bloodline. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The number one overlord Yi Kuang sneered. What did you say? The phoenix was angry. This guy had touched its reverse scale. Boom. The next moment, a monstrous divine fire erupted from the phoenix's body, covering half the sky. The void was distorted by the heat, and the entire ice field was about to melt. Die. The phoenix flapped its wings, and in the next moment, countless divine feathers rushed out of its body, turning into divine rainbows that tore through the void and pierced towards Yi Kuang. Clang. The number one overlord of the primogenitor realm, Yi Kuang, swung his fists, shattering the piercing divine lights. His fists were as powerful as an indestructible quasi-supreme Tao artifact. This guy. When the experts from the Heaven Realm saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. This guy's fleshly body was actually cultivated to a level even stronger than a quasi-supreme Tao artifact? Could he be a supreme? Someone said. It's hard to say. Some of the old fogies of the northern region of the Heaven Realm stared at the incomparably domineering figure, afraid to miss something. The primogenitor realm was a legendary world, the origin of all the realms. According to legend, all the realms of the present were created by the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm. Of course, this was only a legend. However, when the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm came to the Heaven Realm, the legend became reality. However, reality was cruel. The people of the primogenitor realm were cold-blooded and heartless. They would wipe out an entire clan if they didn't agree with them. They completely regarded themselves as the rulers of the realms. The lives of countless beings were in their hands. The powerhouses of the primogenitor realm had no pity for the beings of the inferior realms. At this time, Yi Kuang and the Phoenix were fighting endlessly. The entire ice field of the extreme north was shaking, and countless beings were panicking. What now? At this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the ice field. It was a black-robed young man. What? Gu Fei? Chapter 43:51. The Zhao clan of the Heavenly Realm was actually a branch of the Zhao clan of the Human Realm. In the distant past, when the Heavenly Realm and the Human Realm were still connected and the path of heaven was not severed, the ancient forces of the Human Realm had strongholds in the Heavenly Realm. However, ever since the demonic chaos and the Dark Ages came, the war of gods and demons broke out, destroying the Human Realm and cutting off the path of heaven. Since then, the Heavenly Realm and the Human Realm were cut off. Back then, the ancient forces that could not retreat to the Human Realm in time stayed in the Heavenly Realm. However, after the passage of countless years, many powers from the mortal dimension had vanished in the annals of time, but the Zhao clan had been passed down. The Zhao clan of the Heavenly Realm was indeed outstanding. They made a name for themselves in the northern region of the Heavenly Realm. The Zhao clan continued to grow and eventually became one of the top forces in the northern region. However, in the present world, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm had suffered a great blow, especially after the battle with Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian, had long retired. The current patriarch was Zhao Tianxiong. As the patriarch of the Zhao clan of the Heavenly Realm, Zhao Tianxiong naturally knew how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Even the forbidden existence of the Zhao clan could not do anything to him. The moment Zhao Tianxiong saw Gu Fei appear, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, the number one overlord of the tyrannical sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, and the ancient ominous phoenix from the primordial realm had already entered the starry sky. The entire sky shook. Wherever the two powerhouses passed, planets would explode one after another. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The saintess of the heavenly palace of Snow Domain also rushed into the starry sky. The ancient ominous phoenix was merely a great omen that she had subdued in the extreme north prison. The phoenix had been imprisoned for countless years, and its cultivation had been mostly destroyed. However, the heavenly palace saintess had brought the phoenix back to the heavenly palace Holy Land and provided it with countless cultivation resources, which allowed the phoenix's cultivation to recover. Even now, the phoenix had not fully recovered. It had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation. However, the phoenix was an ancient omen. Even if it had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation, it was still not comparable to an ordinary quasi-supreme. The great ancient ominous phoenix was actually fighting endlessly with Yi Kuang. In a short period of time, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. This battle was incomparably brilliant. It allowed the experts of the northern region of the Heaven Realm to know how powerful the people from the Primogenitor Realm were. This made the experts of the Heaven Realm even more fearful of the people from the Primogenitor Realm. However, when Gu Fei appeared, more than half of the Heaven Realm rankers who were watching from afar immediately left. The ones who stayed were those who did not have any grudges with Gu Fei. What's going on? The seventh overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi Xiao, who came from the Primogenitor Realm, noticed the movements of the Heaven Realm's experts. More than half of the Heaven Realm's experts had left, causing him to be bewildered. They seemed to be very afraid of that person. The moment that person arrived, those people immediately ran away. The second overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi He, stared at the black-clothed youth and said, "Him?" Yi Xiao looked at the young man in black and frowned. "He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Yi Xiao said. However, he was so frightened that he almost fell from the sky. He is Gu Fei?" Yi Xiao's voice was trembling. Back then, when Gu Fei fought against the heroes of the Primogenitor Realm, many Supreme Realm rankers died at his hands. Even the Wood clan of the southern region of the Primogenitor Realm was annihilated by him. This time, the reason why they came to the Heaven Realm was to verify whether Gu Fei, who was forced into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, was still alive or not. Now, it seemed that Gu Fei was really still alive and well. What? I can't believe he's really still alive. The second overlord also recognized Gu Fei at this time. This guy was the number one killing star of the Primogenitor Realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court did not have much interaction with Gu Fei, who did not know Gu Fei's name in the Primogenitor Realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court was powerful, even the overlord did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court was a supreme existence at the peak of the supreme realm. Just as Yi Xiao and Yi He were shocked, a loud noise suddenly came from the starry sky. In the next moment, an incomparably bright divine light exploded in front of them. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions. Countless stars exploded, the void collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the starry sky. At the same time, a ball of fire fell from the starry sky toward the northern region of the Heaven Realm. Endless divine fire burned the void continuously. It was like a divine sun falling from the sky. The great ancient ominous phoenix was defeated? Everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. In the end, it's a creature from the lower realm. It can't even withstand a single blow. An incomparably arrogant voice came from the starry sky, echoing between heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, countless experts of the northern region of the Heaven Realm changed their expressions. Preposterous. The saintess of the heavenly palace waved her right hand, and the divine light falling from the sky immediately stopped in the void. Then, it soared into the sky and flew back to her. She waved her big sleeves and directly collected the ball of fire. Everyone could see that the phoenix was seriously injured, and had been knocked unconscious by the guy from the ancestral realm. Without a few years of recuperation, it would not be able to recover. Don't think that just anyone from the ancestral realm is invincible. This realm is far beyond your imagination, the saintess of the heavenly palace said coldly as she stared at Yi Kuang. Haha, is that so? Yi Kuang showed his arrogance. Boom. The saintess of the heavenly palace did not want to waste any more words with this madman. She immediately attacked. A divine moon rushed out of her body, and an unprecedentedly strong power of Yin surged out of the divine moon. Finally going to fight for real? Yi Kuang grinned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The stronger the opponent, the more he could stimulate the potential of his tyrannical sky body. Whoosh! No one saw how the saintess of the heavenly palace moved, but the divine moon that appeared from her body instantly struck in front of Yi Kuang. Wherever the divine moon passed, it left a pitch-black space crack. Die! Yi Kuang shouted angrily. His hair danced in the wind, and his tyrannical sky body was full of fighting spirit. He did not dare to be careless, and he directly punched out. The tyrannical sky fist was a secret technique of the tyrannical sky dynasty. Only the direct descendants of the tyrannical sky dynasty could cultivate it. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist collided with the divine moon. The moment the two forces collided, a strong light lit up the endless starry sky. The two figures flew back at the same time. This fist technique is not bad. Seeing Yi Kuang's punch, Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod. This kind of battle technique was extremely strong, and it already had a trace of invincible fist will. Of course, the saintess of the heavenly palace was not weak either. The secret technique of the heavenly palace of the snow domain was also extremely powerful. Chapter 43:52. Gu Fei was not one to sit and wait for death. Although he did not leave the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, he released his two doppelgangers. Both of his doppelgangers were incredible. One was a martial arts doppelganger that was invincible and had few opponents in the quasi-supremacy realm. The other was a sword doppelganger that had a heaven-defying cultivation. Once the 9 heaven-punishing swords were unleashed, who could compete with it? At this time, Gu Fei's sword doppelganger arrived at the northern region of the Heaven Realm and happened to see the battle between the Heavenly Palace Saintess and the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, Yi Kuang. I didn't expect to see such a good show as soon as I arrived. It seems that my luck is not bad. The black-robed Gu Fei found a chair out of nowhere and sat on it, eating a bunch of fruits while watching the battle in front of him. This guy, Zhao Tianxiong, looked at Gu Fei's sloppy appearance in disbelief. Was he really the undefeatable Gu Fei of the northern region? Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the Zhao clan. No one in the Zhao clan would talk about him because he brought great shame to the Zhao clan. However, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm did not dare to provoke Gu Fei anymore. One should know that the Zhao clan had just recovered a little bit of strength and could not afford to be tossed around again. Of course, they could also ask for help from the Zhao clan of the Ancients in the human realm. However, even the Zhao clan of the Ancients would not dare to offend Gu Fei. Boom! Bang! Deafening explosions sounded continuously. The entire starry sky was shaking and countless stars were on the verge of collapsing. In the starry sky, 2 figures were moving quickly in the void. These 2 people were Yi Kuang and the Heavenly Palace Saintess. The power of Yi Kuang's tyrannical heavenly fist was extremely powerful and domineering. Every punch forced the Heavenly Palace Saintess to retreat. He was simply a supreme god of destruction. The tyrannical power of his fists seemed to be able to destroy everything. Every punch directly blew up the stars in the starry sky. Countless stars exploded, and the most beautiful fireworks bloomed in the pitch-black starry sky. This was the beauty of destruction. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Palace Saintess continued to shoot out crescent moon-shaped divine lights. Every time a crescent moon-shaped divine light shot out, the lunar cold chi would explode and freeze everything in its path. The lunar frigid chi was everywhere, and it posed a great threat to Yi Kuang. The crescent divine light was even more powerful, and it constantly slashed towards Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's fist exploded with a tyrannical force, directly shattering the crescent-shaped blade of light. Unknowingly, his fist was covered with a layer of frost. What a powerful lunar power! Even someone as crazy as Yi Kuang had to admit that this woman was one of the strongest opponents he had ever met. Haha, if that's all you've got, then obediently follow me back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. This saintess of the heavenly palace was indeed not bad. She had cultivated to such a level in this superior world and was only one step away from becoming an extreme-grade sovereign. With such a level of cultivation, she was barely qualified to be his princess. In the tyrannical Sky Empire, the supreme figure was Yi Qingtian, followed by the tyrannical Sky Emperor. Although Yi Kuang was the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, he was not the biological son of the tyrannical Sky Emperor. The tyrannical Sky Emperor was only his great-uncle. This guy had yet to marry, so the position of princess was vacant. Now that he saw the peerless saintess, he had no reason to have designs on her. What did you say? The saintess of the heavenly palace was furious. She was the saintess of the heavenly palace of the northern region, synonymous with purity. How dare this guy tease her? Haha, I'm going to take you back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Interesting. Gu Fei's sword doppelganger saw this and smiled. How dare you? At this time, the saintess was so angry that her voice trembled. Divine moon in the 9 heavens. The saintess of the heavenly palace roared. In the next moment, her body bloomed with endless lunar divine light. The divine light engulfed her figure, and a terrifying divine moon appeared between heaven and earth. Yi Kuang was shocked to see this. He only felt that the void around him had instantly solidified, as if it had become peerless divine iron. His movements were affected, and his movements became slower. Whoosh! The divine moon directly slashed at Yi Kuang at an extremely fast speed. Yi Kuang felt that the blood in his body had frozen. He felt great danger. Open! Yi Kuang desperately used his Xin Qi. He shook his fists, broke through the power of the ice, and was about to soar into the sky. However, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into flashed by. In the next moment, Yi Kuang felt a piercing pain from the left shoulder. He hurriedly looked down and saw that his entire left arm had been separated from his body from his shoulder. Whoosh! The divine moon flashed again, and this time, he was directly cut in half at the waist. His body below the waist had been separated from his upper body. The 7th Overlord Yi Shao and 2nd Overlord Yi He of the primogeniture realm's tyrannical Sky Dynasty, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, were stunned. No one knew better than them how monstrous their boss's tyrannical battle form was. Their boss was simply a quasi-supreme Tao instrument in human form. However, today, Yi Kuang, who was known to have the strongest battle form, had his left arm chopped in half at the waist. It was tragic enough. This guy from the primogeniture realm lost? The cultivators from the heaven realm were both surprised and happy. At this time, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into dissipated, and the figure of the saintess of the heavenly palace appeared before everyone's eyes. The saintess of the heavenly palace looked a little tired, and her whole body was exhausted. It seemed that using that kind of battle technique just now consumed a lot of primordial qi. Even the saintess of the heavenly palace could barely hold on. How is this possible? The 7th brother Yi Shao was dumbfounded. The 2nd brother Yi He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The insufferably arrogant cultivator from the primogeniture realm is finally unlucky this time. The cultivators from the heaven realm were extremely excited. Ever since these guys crossed over from the primogeniture realm, they had fought everywhere and had never been defeated. These guys from the primogeniture realm had displayed near-invincible cultivation and combat strength. But now, the people from the tyrannical Sky Dynasty were going to be unlucky. Yeah. Gu Fei's sword Dao avatar looked playfully at Yi Kuang, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Although this guy had been seriously injured by the saintess of the heavenly palace, he hadn't completely lost his combat strength. He could still fight. Moreover, Gu Fei's sword Dao avatar sensed that Yi Kuang's body was hiding a shocking power. This guy hadn't displayed his true combat strength yet. Roar! At this time, Yi Kuang suddenly roared into the sky, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. In the next moment, His severed left arm and lower body flew up and reattached to his body. A shocking power erupted from his body, and the nearby stars directly exploded. What? Chapter 43:53. The heavenly palace saintess transformed into a divine moon and severely injured Yi Kuang, the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty. However, Yi Kuang came from the ancestral realm. Moreover, the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi clan was not as simple as a supreme inheritance. Their ancestor, Yi Qingtian, was an unparalleled existence. Boom! At this time, Yi Kuang really went crazy. A monstrous power erupted from Yi Kuang's body. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura. It was as if a terrifying god of slaughter had descended. Oh no, the boss has fallen into a state of madness. No one can stop him. 7th King Yi Shao, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Let's escape first. 2nd King Yi he shuddered at the thought of the boss's crazy appearance. The #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty was not a title given to him casually. If this guy went crazy, he would kill anyone he saw. Only a few people in the royal family could suppress him. Yi Shao and Yi he immediately retreated, not daring to approach Yi Kuang. No matter how fierce you are, you will die, the heavenly palace saintess said angrily. Die. The heavenly palace saintess transformed into a divine moon again and directly attacked Yi Kuang. Haha! Yi Kuang laughed crazily and directly punched at the incoming divine moon. The violent fist power spread in all directions, and countless stars directly exploded. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the entire starry sky. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist fiercely smashed into the mystic moon that was slashing towards him, causing a deafening explosion. An extremely powerful destructive force spread out in all directions, and countless stars were directly obliterated. The divine moon formed by the heavenly palace saintess collapsed, and a figure fell out of the void. Her hair was messy, and her mask was wet, and there was blood dripping from it. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei's sword incarnation was a little surprised. After this guy went crazy, his combat strength soared several times. Was this a secret technique, or was it a problem with his physique? Interesting. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation smiled. This tyrannical Sky Imperial Court had some outstanding points. To be able to dominate an area of the primogenitor realm, how could they not have some ability? Although Yi Kuang broke the heavenly palace saintess killing technique with a single punch, he was also forced back hundreds of meters. His arm was covered in cracks and blood was seeping out. However, in the next moment, the wound on Yi Kuang's right arm completely disappeared, as if he was never injured in the first place. Even my healing ability has increased significantly. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation discovered that Yi Kuang's injuries had actually healed in an instant. Could it be that Yi Kuang's physique had really changed? Roar! Yi Kuang roared and charged toward the heavenly palace saintess again. Preposterous! The heavenly palace's saintess was shocked and quickly retreated. Boom! The place where the heavenly palace saintess was originally standing was immediately blasted into a black hole by Yi Kuang's fist. Kill. Although Yi Kuang had sunk into a frenzy of killing, he still retained a trace of consciousness and knew who his enemy was. He extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the heavenly palace saintess. A powerful devouring power immediately surged out of his palm and instantly enveloped the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess only felt her body tighten, and her entire body involuntarily flew toward Yi Kuang. Damn it! The heavenly palace saintess had used her secret technique twice in a row, and her yuan qi was almost depleted. At this moment, she was simply unable to resist Yi Kuang's grab. Impudent! At this moment, an angry roar came from the northern heavenly palace floating in the sky. In the next moment, a faint, illusory figure rushed out of the heavenly palace. This illusory figure was extremely fast and instantly pounced on the heavenly palace saintess. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful force erupted from the heavenly palace saintess body and directly dispersed the devouring power that enveloped her. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Guys at this level had mastered many life-saving secret techniques. They were all extremely cunning guys. Moon falls, stars sink. The heavenly palace saintess shouted. In the next moment, the entire world changed. A star region appeared around her, and countless stars twinkled. Inner world? At this moment, the figures of the heavenly palace saintess and Yi Kuang instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Rumble. In the heavenly palace saintess inner world, billions of stars simultaneously obliterated Yi Kuang. One punch to break the cosmos. Yi Kuang attacked crazily. With just one punch, he directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly palace saintess inner world. Without hesitation, he directly rushed out of the heavenly palace saintess inner world. The heavenly palace saintess body shook and a crack appeared on her forehead. A trace of blood seeped out from the crack. She had suffered a great impact. Yi Kuang was tyrannical to the extreme. At this time, he displayed the hegemonic emperor fist in his hand. This Yi Kuang really had the spirit of a hegemonic emperor. Boss is so powerful. Yi Xiao and Yi He, who had retreated to a distance, saw this scene and were both surprised and happy. This so-called heavenly palace saintess was just so. Although her reputation was not undeserved, in the end, she was still no match for their boss. Boss is the big brother of us overlords. Just a so-called saintess from the lower world. Isn't it easy to capture her? Yi He, the second overlord, said proudly. He, this is also true. Even if the guy from the lower world is strong, how can he be our opponent? Yi Xiao, the seventh overlord, nodded and said, these guys think too highly of themselves. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation heard the words of the second overlord and the seventh overlord, but it was very disapproving. Those guys from the ancestral realm thought that they were a cut above others. Who would have thought that Yi Kuang would not put them in his eyes? In the past, Gu Fei swept across the ancestral realm and killed almost everyone. He was almost invincible. Even the first demon of the eternal realm was killed by him. No matter how strong these guys were, could they be stronger than the first demon of the ancestral realm? You guys are going to deal with the Zhao family. Leave this place to me. At this time, the voice of the first overlord, Yi Kuang, suddenly sounded in the hearts of the second overlord and the seventh overlord. Haha, okay boss. The second overlord and the seventh overlord directly accepted the order, turned around, and rushed toward the Zhao family in the heaven realm. What do these guys want to do? Zhao Tianxiang, the family head of the Zhao family, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. These two guys suddenly left. Wasn't the direction in which the Zhao family was located? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianxiang could not sit still and quickly chased after them. Chapter 43-54. When Gu Fei fought in the northern region of the Heaven Realm, he did not destroy the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. Over the years, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan's patriarch had changed and their strength had increased a lot. Zhao Tianxiang had some tricks up his sleeves. He was much stronger than the Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian. Of course, this did not mean that Zhao Tianxiang's cultivation was much stronger than Zhao Yuntian's, but that Zhao Tianxiang's way of managing the Zhao clan was much better. Over the years, he had managed the Zhao clan in good order, allowing the Zhao clan to gradually rise and expand its territory. The Zhao clan's sphere of influence was much larger than before. However, with Gu Fei's return, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan was uneasy, afraid that Gu Fei would cause trouble for them. No one in the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan knew that the current Gu Fei did not care about the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan at all. Gu Fei's opponent was an existence that was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. At this time, the Heaven Realm changed greatly. The Ancestral Realm's experts came to conquer the Heaven Realm. The Southern region, Western region, and Eastern region's experts could be seen. The Heaven Realm's major forces were attacked by the Ancestral Realm's experts. The Ancestral Realm's experts were also formidable. They were invincible and quickly subdued more than half of the Heaven Realm's cultivation world. However, in the northern region, the Ancestral Realm's Heaven Tyrant Dynasty's 3 overlords met their match. The Northern Heaven Palace was a force that had existed for a long time. A mysterious force, and a holy maiden of the Heaven Palace was enough to make the number one overlord of the three overlords, Yi Kuang, use his last resort and enter a frenzied state of slaughter. Once in a state of slaughter, Yi Kuang's combat strength would increase several times. This guy was already at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm. If his combat strength increased several times, he would be invincible in the heaven realm. He could sweep away all his enemies. The truth was more or less so. Once Yi Kuang went berserk, he was not a human, but a terrifying beast, a god of slaughter. Boom! He threw a punch, and the space in front of him shattered. The saintess of the heavenly palace was sent flying. Blood kept oozing from her mouth, and the blood soaked her veil. Preposterous! You forced me to do this. The saintess of the heavenly palace steadied herself and glared at Yi Kuang. Die! Yi Kuang couldn't control himself anymore. He punched out again, and the space was shattered again. The fist energy carried with it the power to destroy the space, heading towards the heavenly palace saintess. However, at this moment, the heavenly palace saintess emitted endless power of Een from head to toe. In the next moment, the northern heavenly palace floating in the sky also emitted waves of power of Een. 9 supreme great dark marks emerged from the heavenly palace of the north and rushed toward the heavenly palace saintess. In an instant, they entered the saintess' body. After the 9 supreme dark marks entered her body, the heavenly palace's saintess seemed to have changed into another person. A powerful power of the moon emanated from her body, freezing everything within 100,000 miles. Some spectators couldn't dodge in time and were frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. Then, they fell from the sky and shattered the moment they hit the ground. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Indeed, everyone who was frozen had the same fate. Both their bodies and souls had been destroyed. What? The spectators who hadn't been frozen were all scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled immediately. At this moment, Yi Kuang's domineering fist had already reached the heavenly palace saintess. The speed of his fist had slowed down. The closer Yi Kuang's fist got to the heavenly palace saintess, the slower it became. The power of Een that erupted from the heavenly palace saintess did not completely freeze the fist. Roar! Yi Kuang roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. His fist continued to break through layers of the power of Een, moving steadily towards the heavenly palace saintess. Although the speed of his fist had slowed down, if it had hit her, even the heavenly palace saintess would have been blown to pieces. At this time, Gu Fei was the only one who could watch the battle from afar. To be more precise, it was Gu Fei's sword doppelganger. His real body was still in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. However, even though it was a doppelganger, it was no different from his real body. At this moment, the heavenly palace saintess pointed a finger at Yi Kuang's forehead. Yi Kuang tilted his head. The finger of the heavenly palace saintess brushed past the corner of his forehead. A streak of blood immediately appeared on his forehead. Yi Kuang became even crazier when he smelled the scent of his own blood. At the same time, his fist had already touched the clothes on the chest of the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess tilted her body, and Yi Kuang's fist flew past her chest. The next moment, the clothes on her chest and abdomen were directly torn into thousands of pieces, revealing a layer of soft armor beneath her clothes. The two figures separated in an instant. Then, they rushed forward again and started fighting. This was an evenly matched battle. The heavenly palace saintess had borrowed great power from the heavenly palace of the northern region. The power contained in the 9 great supreme 8 marks was extremely powerful. As a result, the gap between the two was narrowed again. At this time, the ancestral lands of the northern region of the heaven realm were quiet. After being looted by Gu Fei, the Zhao clan had wanted to give up this place. However, in the end, they still came back. Because there was an existence here that did not want to move. That person had fought endlessly with Gu Fei and even tied with Gu Fei. After so many years, this taboo existence must have become even more powerful. However, that person was not from the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm. He had only promised the Zhao clan that he would help them 3 times. Moreover, that person had already fought against Gu Fei for the 3rd time. Although that person was still cultivating in the Zhao clan's ancestral lands, It was another matter whether he would come out to protect the Zhao clan or not. At this time, two peerlessly powerful pressures suddenly came from the sky. The entire world suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. All living creatures within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were extremely terrified. Even the strongest and fiercest wild beasts were trembling on the ground. This is the second most powerful force of the northern region, the Zhao clan. Two extremely domineering figures descended above the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. They were unscrupulous and looked down at the panicking Zhao clan members from above. Only two quasi-supremes. Too weak. One of the black-clothed young men said disdainfully. They were the second and seventh overlords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi He and Yi Shao. They came to the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. These forces in the lower worlds are already very good to have one or two quasi-supremes. The second overlord said with a smile. That too. Yi Shao nodded. Who are you? Chapter 43-55. The experts of the ancestral realm had always looked down on the living beings of the myriad worlds. They had a sense of superiority and thought that they were the strongest in the myriad worlds. However, overconfidence sometimes turned into arrogance. Gu Fei's appearance proved this point. A guy from the lower realm actually defeated all the experts in the ancestral realm. He even annihilated the Wood clan of the Heaven realm, crippled the Li clan and the Chu clan, and killed the old clan leader of the Sky clan. Gu Fei's achievements were enough to shock the world. However, even if Gu Fei was incomparably tyrannical and almost invincible in the ancestral realm, these guys still looked down on the living beings of the lower realm. At this moment, two experts from the Heaven Tyrant dynasty arrived at the ancestral ground of the Heaven realm. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the two experts. Who goes there? An angry roar came from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral grounds step by step. He stepped in the air, and with just 3 steps, he was already in the sky. It was an old man with white hair and a slender figure. A powerful aura erupted from the old man, causing the void to tremble. Submit or die. The second overlord, Yi He, said indifferently. What? The old man was instantly enraged when he heard this. Rumble. At that moment, a shocking sound suddenly rang out in the distance. A terrifying figure rushed over from afar. Lightning constantly tore through the void around him. Those who offend the Zhao family shall die. The person who came was extremely domineering. He extended his right hand and 5 lightning bolts immediately rushed out from his fingertips, piercing towards the two overlords. Tisk! The two overlords were very disdainful when they heard this. The second overlord punched out with a domineering fist force that shook the entire void, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to spread out in all directions. The extremely sharp 5 divine lights were shattered by the second overlord's punch. They turned into specks of light and dissipated in the void. Die! The newcomer let out a furious roar. In the next moment, an endless amount of electricity burst forth from his body, instantly enveloping the second and seventh overlord within a sea of electricity. Lightning Dao? The voice of the second overlord could be heard from the sea of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying lightning that enveloped the area was instantly dispersed. However, the terrifying destructive aura grew stronger and stronger. Thunderclap 9 heavens. With a furious roar, 9 balls of lightning descended from the sky. Each ball of lightning emitted a shocking destructive power. Each ball of lightning could destroy the void. He does have some power. The second tyrant could not help but nod his head after seeing this. These living beings of the lower realm were not completely useless. At this moment, the 9 balls of lightning had already arrived, and a destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Allow me. The 7th overlord sneered and took a step forward. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked. The 9 balls of lightning were actually swallowed by him in a single gulp. When the newcomer saw this scene, he was stunned. It's the patriarch. At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, many people recognized the person who attacked the two fellows from the ancestral realm. It was their patriarch. Boom! At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, the old man's body trembled. In the next moment, a shocking wave of energy erupted from his body. Quasi-supreme, someone exclaimed. The old man from the Zhao family took a step forward and actually passed through the huge light barrier that enveloped the entire ancestral ground of the Zhao family. At the same time, another figure dashed out from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. It was a middle-aged man. The aura that erupted from his body was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Zhao family and the other quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. This was because this person was also a quasi-supreme. The three quasi-supreme of the Zhao family had all moved out. This was the strongest force of the Zhao family. Currently, the Zhao family of the Heaven Realm still had a taboo existence. However, it was hard to say if this taboo existence would take action. These two fellows are bastards from the ancestral realm. Let's attack together and kill these two fellows. Zhao Tianxiong roared and attacked again. This time, he directly attracted the true thunder of the nine heavens. Bolts of lightning that connected the sky and the earth blasted towards the two overlords. You're asking for death, the second overlord sneered. He suddenly put his palms together and pushed them towards the two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. An extremely violent force swept out. Preposterous. The two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family were furious. This guy actually looked down on them. How hateful. Prairie fire. The quasi-supreme of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yang, roared furiously and directly displayed his trump card. In the next moment, a towering divine fire appeared in the sky. The void was distorted from the heat. A figure formed from divine fire appeared in the sea of fire. The figure directly threw a punch. Rumble. The two supreme forces instantly collided. A large area of the void directly collapsed and was directly annihilated. Nothing was left behind. At this time, Zhao Tianxiong and the seventh overlord began to fight. The two great cultivators directly soared into the sky and fought into the starry sky. Countless stars trembled. Although the seventh overlord Yishao was the youngest of the seven great feudal lords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty in the ancestral realm, his battle prowess was also extremely powerful. The seventh overlord Yi Shao cultivated the sky-devouring technique. His entire person was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence around him. Damn it! Zhao Tianxiong was inexplicably shocked. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the sky-devouring beast? He actually cultivated such a great technique that devoured the sky and devoured the earth. The more Yi Shao fought, the stronger he became, while the more Zhao Tianxiong fought, the weaker he became. Who won and who lost was already very obvious. At this time, the two quasi-supreme of the Zhao family joined forces to fight the second overlord Yi He. This actually caused countless disciples in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family to be extremely shocked. Just as the second overlord and the seventh overlord were fighting the three quasi-supreme of the Zhao family, in the heavenly palace of the northern region, the battle between the first overlord and the holy maiden of the heavenly palace had already reached the most crucial moment. A starfield was destroyed. The holy maiden of the heavenly palace and the first overlord were both injured. Preposterous. The first overlord could not accept such a result. The others from the ancestral realm were all able to sweep through a region and shock everyone. However, he could not even deal with a holy maiden of the heavenly palace of the northern region. Boom! The two masses of divine light instantly collided with each other. There was a shocking explosion, and the two figures were separated in an instant. The first overlord stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at the woman in white opposite him. Chapter 43-56. The tyrannical Sky Court was definitely one of the strongest forces in the ancestral realm. This time, the three overlords that came to the heaven realm all had extraordinary abilities. Their leader was a peak quasi-supreme. Even in the ancestral realm, he was a prominent figure. Die! The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, roared and pounced at the heavenly palace holy maiden. Sky-breaking fist. The number one overlord threw out his strongest punch. Rumble. As he threw out this punch, the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Even the stars that were thousands of miles away exploded. He still has this kind of combat ability. The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden was shocked. In the next moment, like a phantom, she retreated explosively. However, Yi Kuang's fist followed her like a shadow and instantly hit the Heavenly Palace Saintess. In the next moment, the Heavenly Palace Saintess was blasted thousands of miles away. Wah! The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the veil covering her face was washed away by the blood. Her face was pale as a sheet. The shape of her face was exquisite. However, there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. This guy really doesn't know how to be kind to women. Gu Fei's sword clone, who was watching from afar, almost cursed. In his opinion, beautiful girls were meant to be taken care of. He didn't hit women. Of course, if he couldn't take it anymore, even if the other party was a woman, he would still make a move. The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden was seriously injured by Yi Kuang's punch. If it wasn't for the soft armor she was wearing, she would have turned into a mist of blood. The power of the tyrannical Sky Fist was no joke. I wanted to take you back to be my concubine, but it seems like I can't keep you. The number one overlord stared at the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden, unmoved by her beauty. Haha, you want to kill me? Can you? The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden laughed. However, the next moment, she coughed up blood again. Go to hell. The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, was a decisive killer. As he spoke, his entire body seemed to be on fire. He moved his feet and disappeared from where he stood. He instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Palace Saintess, who was thousands of miles away. His fist was right in front of the Heavenly Palace Saintess. The Heavenly Palace Saintess' head was about to explode. At this moment, a hand reached out from the side and blocked the number one overlord's fist. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound rang out, and an extremely tyrannical power suddenly erupted. Yi Kuang, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty from the primogeniture realm, was sent flying. He coughed out blood as he suffered a great blow. It's you? The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace looked at the black-robed young man in front of her in shock. The guy who saved the damsel in distress was Gu Fei's sword principal doppelganger. Although it was a sword principal doppelganger, no one could see through it. The Heavenly Palace Saintess had seen Gu Fei in the past, so she naturally knew Gu Fei. What? I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Gu Fei's sword principal clone smiled and looked at the Saintess. How do you want me to repay you? The Saintess looked at Gu Fei's sword principal clone with a faint smile. Of course, it would be best if you repay me with your body. Haha. Gu Fei's sword principal clone laughed and said, "Oomph." Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Saintess of the Heavenly Palace's face immediately turned gloomy. The Saintess of the Heavenly Palace of the Northern region would not marry anyone. Kill. At this moment, the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, who had been sent flying, was completely in a state of killing. He pounced on Gu Fei's sword principal clone in a frenzy. Bam! Gu Fei's sword principal clone did not even need to use his sword. He directly kicked the number one overlord away. Witnessing this scene, the Saintess of the Heavenly Palace was dumbfounded. Although Yi Kuang was seriously injured, he was still an overlord from the ancestral realm. Even now, it was absolutely easy for him to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. How is this possible? The Heaven Realm experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. This Gu Fei seemed to be stronger than before. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's sword principal clone directly beat up the number one overlord, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world. Gu Fei's sword principal clone also refined an inner world of his own. The news that the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire was captured by Gu Fei spread quickly. Suddenly, the entire Heaven Realm's cultivation world was shocked, and countless Heaven Realm experts were extremely excited. The number one overlord was captured. Gu Fei's sword principal clone used his victory to tell everyone that the guy from the ancestral realm was not unbeatable. Yi Kuang is really useless. He's a disgrace to the ancestral realm. The other experts from the ancestral realm were very unhappy when they heard the news. However, the person who made the move was Gu Fei, which was extraordinary. Isn't Gu Fei still holed up in the Demon Clan's ancestral land? How could he go to the northern region to defeat the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire? Some people were very suspicious. Doppelganger? It must be his doppelganger. Someone said such a thing. The disaster of the northern region Sky Palace was resolved by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In the end, the saintess of the heavenly palace did not marry him, and the northern region Sky Palace once again sank under a thick layer of ice. This force did not want to come out at all. Moreover, intuition told Gu Fei that there was definitely an unbelievably powerful expert hidden in the northern region Sky Palace. At this time, in the eastern region of the Heaven Realm, near the lost palace of the moon deities, a figure directly came to this place of danger. The lost palace of the moon deities was incredible, and even Gu Fei was almost trapped in it. The person who came from afar was a middle-aged man in a green robe. This middle-aged man walked directly into the territory of the lost palace of the moon deities. The terrifying aura of death filled every inch of the void. Soon, a powerful wave of power suddenly broke out from the lost palace of the moon deities. Then, there was no then. The lost palace of the moon deities was the most dangerous place in the Heaven Realm. Even if a quasi-supreme stepped into this area, there was a possibility that he would die here. No one dared to take it lightly. After all, one only had one life. Soon, another figure appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, the whole world darkened. This person took a step and instantly arrived in front of the lost palace of the moon deities. This place. That person was talking to himself. No one knew whether there were legendary things in the lost palace of the moon deities. However, for so many years, countless people had ventured into it and never came out. At this time, in another place in the eastern region, a mountain that was originally hidden by a restrictive spell appeared. Chapter 43:57. Gu Fei's clone was domineering to the extreme, and he directly beat up the #1 overlord of the primogeniture realm's tyrannical Sky Dynasty, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world and suppressed him beneath a divine mountain. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Some guessed that it was Gu Fei's doppelganger, as the demon ancestral grounds had long been surrounded by the experts from the primogeniture realm. Gu Fei's true body was guarding the demon ancestral grounds. When the news that the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty had been captured by Gu Fei's doppelganger spread, the experts from the primogeniture realm were shocked. However, there were those who refused to believe it. Jin Zhouxing, one of the 5 elements god races in the primogeniture realm, declared that he wanted to challenge Gu Fei alone. The supreme monarch of the primogeniture realm's eastern region, 12 supreme monarchs, directly challenged Gu Fei of the demon race. The supreme monarch's actions left everyone dumbfounded. The 12 kings of the East region had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. The supreme king was rumored to be the most mysterious and powerful king of the 12 kings of the East region. The king of the supremes was the king of the supremes, peerlessly powerful. However, even the king of the supremes could only seal his cultivation in the heaven realm. He dared not act presumptuously. Of course, the fellow from the primogeniture realm was also thinking of ways to break the power of the heaven realm's heavenly punishment. As long as the power of the heavenly punishment was broken, the extreme grade supremes of the primogeniture realm could appear in this world without fear. The wood race had once used the supreme Tao artifact, the chaotic Sky Feng Tu, to resist the power of the heavenly punishment. However, the chaotic Sky Feng Tu was not an ordinary extreme grade Tao artifact. In the entire primogeniture realm, there were definitely no more than 5 forces that could use such an extreme grade Tao artifact. Moreover, the amount of yuan qi needed to use such an extreme grade Tao artifact was absolutely unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary forces could use. Someone dares to issue a challenge to Gu Fei? Is that guy trying to commit suicide? All the major forces in the heaven realm were watching, and the experts that descended from the primogeniture realm couldn't sit still either. The last extreme grade sovereign of the wood race had died at the hands of Gu Fei. This was enough to prove that Gu Fei had the ability to kill supreme beings. Of course, no one knew how this supreme martial artist of the wood clan died in the heaven realm. However, It was an indisputable fact that the last Jizun of the wood race had fallen in the heavenly realm. Therefore, those experts who descended to the heavenly realm were very careful. These guys were all extremely shrewd. Haha, someone actually issued a challenge to you. Is that guy an idiot? In the ancestral hall of the demon race, the old turtle laughed heartily. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said indifferently. What Supreme King? In his eyes, they were all trash. If he didn't use his extreme Dao power, who could be his opponent in the heaven realm? Hee, I say, brother. It's not good to be too confident. Old Tortoise laughed. This is not confidence, Gu Fei said with a faint smile. All right, back to the main topic. Are you going to accept the challenge or not? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. You want me to accept the challenge? Gu Fei asked. You can do as you see fit, Old Tortoise said. He had never been to the primogenitor realm, so he didn't know how powerful and terrifying those people there were. Big brother, why don't we give these guys from the primogenitor realm a show of strength? Xiaoqing suddenly said. You're saying that I should accept the challenge? Gu Fei said with some surprise. Yes, big brother. These bastards from the primogenitor realm are too presumptuous. Then let's fight. Gu Fei nodded. It didn't matter to him whether to fight or not. Back then, he had encountered all kinds of opponents in the primogenitor realm. Soon, the news spread that Gu Fei and the Supreme King would fight. Just as countless people were discussing the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground in the eastern region. Boom. Without any nonsense, the person directly punched the guardian formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Rumble. The entire Gold Spirit Ape's ancestral land's protection array shook. A huge light shield appeared in the sky. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the light shield. Roar. In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Then, a golden figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Kill. The person who rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground didn't even ask who it was and directly smashed down with his rod. The golden rod directly split the void between heaven and earth. The power of the guardian formation couldn't stop the rod at all. The golden rod was about to hit the person's head. At this critical moment, the person flipped his hand and grabbed the golden rod that was smashing down. What? The person who made the move was the Golden Spirit Ape's Yuan Gang. At this moment, Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. Hee. The person suddenly looked up and smiled. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power exploded from his hand. Yuan Gang only felt his hand shake, and his hands that were holding the golden rod were almost shaken off. Preposterous. Yuan Gang was enraged. With a single thought, extremely violent metal elemental power immediately erupted from his body, causing the entire world to shake. The person's hand that was holding the golden rod was shaken off, and he also took a few steps back. A little interesting. The person was still extremely powerful. At the same time, the person's body also erupted with the strongest metal element power. Metal element power? The Golden Spirit Ape was taken aback. He withdrew the golden rod and directly retreated hundreds of meters. You're not bad. I'll give you a chance. Be my servant. The person stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Yuan Gang in the sky. What did you say? You want me to be your servant? The Golden Spirit Ape was very angry. He was an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape clan, and no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Boom. An even stronger metal element power erupted from his body, and a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. His power had reached the limit that the heaven realm could allow. As long as he took one more step, the terrifying power of the heavenly punishment would probably descend. This is the heavenly punishment? The person looked up at the sky with a trace of disdain on his face. In front of me, the Golden Saint. What is the heavenly punishment? The person chuckled, and his eyes fell on the Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Gang again. What? You don't want to? In the ancestral realm, there are countless people begging to be my servant. The person said, The Golden Saint? Who is the Golden Saint? Never heard of him. Yuan Gang said coldly. If that's the case, then go to hell. The Golden Saint said and punched out. Rumble. Rays of dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist, piercing through the void. However, the fierce golden light was blocked by the layer of divine light formed by the power of the Guardian Formation, and it could not break through the protective light shield. The Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was extremely mysterious. People outside could not enter, but people inside could go out at will. However, after going out, it was difficult to enter again. Haha, you want to act tough in front of me? You can come in first? Yuan Gang laughed loudly. The Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was not something that anyone could break. It required the power of the extreme Tao, but the power of the extreme Tao was not allowed in the heaven realm. Humph! The Golden Saint sneered and withdrew his fist. Get lost. Yuan Gang said coldly. You're telling me to get lost? The Golden Saint was instantly enraged, but he could not do anything to Yuan Gang. Hee. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? After saying that, Jin Zhouxing retreated 500 kilometers away. Then, he took out a fist-sized circular object. He directly took out the object. A ball of black light directly flew toward the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. Boom. The next moment, the ball of black light directly hit the Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land and exploded. There was no strong burst of power, and there was no dazzling divine light. The black ball only burst out a ball of black gas. The black gas was very strange. When the black gas came into contact with the light shield formed by the power of the Guardian Formation, a big hole was formed on the light shield. Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. He already knew what it was. In fact, the thing that the black ball had burst out was not black gas. It should be black dust. The black dust was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to corrode everything. It even corroded a big hole in the Guardian Formation of the Golden Spirit Ape. Extreme Tao Corpse poison? You have such a thing? Yuan Gang stared at Golden Saint outside the Guardian Formation in disbelief. Come out and accept your death. I might leave you with an intact corpse. Golden Saint said coldly. Big words. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? Yuan Gang directly raised his middle finger at Golden Saint. Although I'm not invincible, I can still kill you. Golden Saint was very confident. Haha. Yuan Gang suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Golden Saint said angrily. Come in if you want to kill me. Let's see who kills who. Yuan Gang said domineeringly. Good. Very good. Golden Saint laughed angrily. In the next moment, he directly turned into a golden ray and rushed into the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. Roar! Golden Saint roared into the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Under the impact of the sound wave, countless golden Tao patterns appeared in the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. These Tao patterns froze everything in the ancestral land. Otherwise, Golden Saint's roar would have destroyed the entire ancestral land. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Gang roared and smashed his rod towards Jin Zhouxing. The rod smashed down, triggering the power of the entire ancestral land. It was terrifying, as if the rod could smash the entire world. I see. Golden Saint saw through Yuan Gang's strength at a glance. In the ancestral land, Yuan Gang's combat strength would definitely double. But so what? Clang. Chapter 43-58. Heaven Realm, Eastern Domain, Ancestral Ground of the Golden Spirit Ape Lineage. Two great experts were fighting. One of them was the descendant of the Golden Spirit Ape Lineage, the extremely powerful Yuan Gang. The other person was an existence called Jin Zhouxing. Jin Zhouxing was a peerless expert of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan. He even challenged Gu Fei to a duel. Someone who dared to challenge Gu Fei was naturally not a weakling. Roar! Yuan Gang let out a furious roar. A terrifying wave of metal elemental energy burst out from his body as he swung the golden rod at Jin Zhouxing. Clang! Suddenly, a spear appeared in Jin Zhouxing's hand. He raised the spear horizontally and directly blocked the golden rod that was madly smashing down. Jin Zhouxing felt the spear in his hands tremble, and the spear that he was holding tightly almost flew out of his hands, which made him shocked and angry at the same time. Yuan Gang waved the golden rod in his hand. His battle strength rose rapidly as if he was about to go on a killing spree. He was risking his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he couldn't just watch as Jin Zhouxing killed him. Yuan Gang was the successor of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage after all. His bloodline was extremely tyrannical, and the secret technique he cultivated was extremely powerful. It was a legendary extreme path secret technique. Go to hell. Yuan Gang roared furiously. A torrential wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from his body. The entire world seemed to have been transformed into a golden world. What? Jin Zhouxing was taken aback. This guy isn't an ordinary quasi-sovereign after all. A powerful destructive force rushed toward Jin Zhouxing from all directions. It was a force that could even destroy the void of the world. However, a ball of divine light emerged from Jin Zhouxing's body and blocked the destructive metal elemental energy. If that's all you've got, then I'm sorry. Jin Zhouxing said coldly. TSK, do you think you're an extreme path sovereign? Even an extreme-grade sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to me here. Yuan Gang sneered. This was the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape. Here, he was the supreme ruler. Kill. Jin Zhouxing suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, his fist was already in front of Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Gang. Be it speed or strength, Jin Zhouxing was faster and stronger than Yuan Gang. However, in the next moment, Yuan Gang stretched out his right hand and caught the incoming fist. The moment Yuan Gang grabbed Jin Zhouxing's fist, it was as if he had suddenly fused with the world around him. In that instant, the power of the entire Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was under his control. As long as he willed it, he could summon the supreme power of the Golden Spiritual Ape's ancestral land to strengthen himself. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash world-destroying power. At this moment, Jin Zhouxing wanted to retract his fist. However, he discovered that his opponent's hand was tightly grabbing onto his fist, and he was unable to retract it at all. You? Jin Zhouxing was shocked. Humph. In the next moment, Yuan Gang's right hand that was grabbing onto Jin Zhouxing shook. In the next moment, a powerful force immediately exploded from his hand. Jin Zhouxing's entire arm was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Roar. Jin Zhouxing immediately retreated. His arm quickly regenerated, and soon, a complete right arm appeared on his body, as if it had never been injured. Damn it! Jin Zhouxing was shocked and furious. Yuan Gang was right. Even a supreme being would not be able to do anything to him here. However, it was impossible for a supreme being to appear in the heaven realm. Therefore, it was impossible for Jin Zhouxing to defeat Yuan Gang. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Just like how Yuan Gang thought that Jin Zhouxing would not be able to break the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. However, Jin Zhouxing had easily broken the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. In the current heaven realm, the extreme corpse poison was definitely a great killing weapon. This was because this was only a corpse poison and not an extreme power. The power of sky punishment could not do anything to the extreme corpse poison. Mountain, come. At that moment, Yuan Gang waved at the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape. In the next moment, a shocking voice was heard. In the next moment, the entire sacred mountain rose from the ground and flew towards Yuan Gang. The ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain shrank rapidly. When it landed in Yuan Gang's hand, the entire sacred mountain was only a foot tall. With the sacred mountain in his hand, Yuan Gang's entire temperament had changed. Kill. Yuan Gang hurled the divine mountain in his hand at Jin Zhouxing. Terrifying metal elemental power burst out from the divine mountain, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky. Oomph! Jin Zhouxing sneered. Facing Yuan Gang's shocking attack, his expression remained unchanged, and he threw a punch at the sacred mountain that was coming at him. Boom! With a loud bang, Jin Zhouxing's punch landed heavily on the sacred mountain. Rumble! The entire sacred mountain shook violently. Countless ancient Tao patterns emerged from the sacred mountain and interweaved into an ancient Tao diagram, attracting a terrifying power. Jin Zhousheng roared madly. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body and condensed into a golden armor on his body. With the appearance of the golden armor, Jin Zhousheng's power soared and blocked the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain. Supreme Tao weapon? Yuan Gang stared at the armor on Jin Zhousheng's body and his eyes shot out dazzling golden light. No wonder this guy dared to invade the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land alone. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Once again, the two experts began to fight. At the same time, experts from the primogenitor realm also arrived at the palace of the moon deities. There was someone who was extremely domineering and directly charged into the moon god palace. The result was that he never came out again. This shocked everyone. These guys from the primogenitor realm were finally in trouble. The waters of the heaven realm were much deeper than what these guys from the primogenitor realm had imagined. In the heaven realm, there were some places that even the experts from the primogenitor realm were unwilling to set foot in, because those places were also deadly to the experts from the primogenitor realm. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God Emperor, 3 experts from the primogenitor realm directly broke into the main hall. The leader was a white-robed young man. As for the other 2, one carried a big bow on his back and the other was completely covered in black, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes. "Who is this Gu Fei you mentioned? Where is he?" The white-robed young man said excitedly. The 2 behind him were also very excited. "Gu Fei? He is in the ancestral land of the demon race." Chapter 43:59. The southern region of the heaven realm was originally the world of the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the Fire Race. But now, the Fire Race had been conquered by the experts from the ancestral realm, and the Southern Mountains God Emperor's ancestral land had been breached. At this moment, in the Southern Mountains God Emperor's divine palace, the white-robed youth leading the 3 ancestral realm experts grabbed an expert and interrogated him about Gu Fei's whereabouts. "Fellow cultivator, why are you looking for Gu Fei?" The Southern Mountains God Emperor, who was sitting on his throne, stared at the white-robed youth and asked calmly, "How dare you call my master by his name? Do you want your clan to be exterminated?" The mysterious black-robed man suddenly shouted angrily, "Master? Taoist Gu is your master?" When the Southern Mountains God Emperor heard this, he was extremely shocked. These 3 experts were incomparably strong. It was obvious that they were existences that had crossed over from the ancestral realm. Had Gu Fei been to the ancestral realm before? The experts in the hall were also shocked to the extreme. You just need to tell us where my master is," the black-robed man said coldly, staring at the Southern Mountains God Emperor with cold eyes. The quasi-supreme Southern Mountains God Emperor was like an ant in the eyes of the black-robed man. If he was in the ancestral realm, he could kill countless of such existences with a single slap. The white-robed youth in the lead of these 3 people was the Star Beast. A Supremacy Star Beast was far more powerful than a Peak Supremacy Realm Supreme Powerhouse. The person with the huge bow was the Shooting Sun Supreme. The mysterious black-robed man was the Black Wind Supreme. This time, not only had Gu Fei's enemies crossed over, the Star Beast, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the Black Wind Supreme had also crossed over to the Heaven Realm to find Gu Fei. They had been extremely sullen in the ancestral realm for the past few years. The huge territory that Gu Fei had conquered had been eaten away by the various forces in the ancestral realm. This was especially true for the Heavenly Clan, Li Clan, and Chu Clan. These 3 great clans had joined forces to kill the Star Beast and the others and directly divide up Gu Fei's territory. If it weren't for the presence of a supremacy like the Star Beast, the territory conquered by Gu Fei would have long been divided up by the 3 great forces. Although the experts of the primogenitor realm could descend to the heavenly realm, this kind of inter-realm teleportation consumed a large amount of essence energy. Even the various great races of the primogenitor realm could only teleport 1 or 2 people to the heavenly realm. This time, the Star Beasts and the others had put in a lot of effort. They had actually sent 3 people at once. Haha, this is truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. You don't recognize your own people anymore. The Southern Mountains God Emperor laughed heartily. The star beast Venerable put down the thing in his hand and looked at the Southern Mountains God Emperor suspiciously. That guy immediately collapsed to the ground, his crotch wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. SK. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the Black Wind Supremacy were very disdainful. These fellows from the lower realm were really too useless. If they could be scared to the point of peeing their pants, how could they be called cultivators? I have some friendship with Taoist Gu Fei. The Southern Mountains God Emperor continued. Oh, the Star Beast Venerable, the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the Black Wind Supremacy did not show much joy when they heard this. These three fellows were not the kind of people who would casually trust others. Just a few words from the Southern Mountains God Emperor was not enough to prove the relationship between the Southern Mountains God Emperor and Gu Fei. Taoist Gu is currently in the Heavenly Realm's Demon Race's ancestral land. This is the location of the Demon Race's ancestral land. The Southern Mountains God Emperor threw a jade scroll to the Star Beast Venerable as he spoke. The Star Beast Venerable caught the jade scroll. In the next moment, the information within the jade scroll appeared in his mind. Very good, let's go. The Star Beast Venerable waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The Southern Mountains God Emperor secretly wiped his cold sweat. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from outside the Southern Mountains God Emperor's ancestral land. What's going on? The Southern Mountains God Emperor had just heaved a sigh of relief when he thought that he could send off the three pests. Who would have thought that someone would come at this time? Boom. Another loud sound came, and the entire Southern Mountains God Race's ancestral land shook. Southern Mountains God Emperor, come out and die. A powerful divine sense swept in from outside the Southern Mountains God Race's ancestral land. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's him? The Star Beast Venerable said disapprovingly. At this moment, the divine sense that swept in retracted like a cat seeing a mouse when it came in contact with the Star Beast Venerable and the others. Chi Shihai, come in and die. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said indifferently. A group of people arrived outside the Southern Mountains God Race's ancestral land. The person leading them was a skinny, middle-aged man with a cold expression and a ferocious gaze. Let's go. The middle-aged man was a little flustered. The Qi clan of the primogeniture realm had long been exterminated by Gu Fei. However, although the Qi clan was exterminated, there were still some who escaped. Qi Shihai was one of them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. A ghost-like figure walked out from the Southern Mountains God Race's ancestral land. Black Wind, you bastard. Qi Shihai's eyes turned red when he saw that person. All these years, the Black Wind Sovereign had been hunting down the Qi clan's fishes that had escaped the net. Many of the Qi clan's people had died at the hands of the Black Wind Sovereign. Even Qi Shihai's son was killed by the Black Wind Supreme. The grudge of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Now that the enemy had met, his eyes were naturally bloodshot. Hee, I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Good. Very good. The Black Wind Supreme walked slowly to the opposite side of Qi Shihai. Kill. Without any hesitation, Qi Shihai directly attacked the Black Wind Supreme. The Heaven Domain was a good place. Even the Supremacies had to seal their cultivation. Even the 12 Supremacies did not dare to act recklessly in the Heaven Domain. If Qi Shihai met the Black Wind Supreme in the primogeniture realm, he would naturally scram as far as he could. However, the situation was different in the Heaven Domain. The Black Wind Supreme was like a gust of black wind as he instantly disappeared into the void. Qi Shihai's pounce hit nothing but air. We'll look for our master first. You can have fun. At this moment, another two figures walked out from the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God Race. They were the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme. When Qi Shihai saw the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme, his expression changed drastically. The Star Beast Venerable was not an ordinary supremacy. He was a supremacy. Even in the Heaven Domain, Qi Shihai would not dare to face such an existence. The group of people that Qi Shihai brought with him did not dare to act recklessly. However, the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme did not attack. They left immediately. This caused Qi Shihai to be both surprised and delighted. Star Beast Boss, wait for me, the Black Wind Supreme shouted. He wanted to follow them, but Qi Shihai soared into the sky and blocked his way. You bastard! How dare you stop me from looking for my master? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Wind Supreme was furious. Looking for his master was his priority. Qi Shihai was just a small fry in his eyes. How could he be compared to his master? Chapter 4360. Boom. Outside the ancestral grounds of the Nanling celestial race, the void trembled. A formless astral wind erupted from a black figure. In the next moment, countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Every gust of astral wind tore the void apart. The Black Wind Supreme was truly enraged. He attacked indiscriminately. He wanted to get rid of Qi Shihai and his subordinates in one go. Black Wind, you're too arrogant. Qi Shihai roared and threw a punch at the Black Wind Supreme in the sky. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be set off in a monstrous wave. The violent fist force swept up, penetrating through every opening and directly blocking the invisible astral wind that covered the sky and covered the earth. Haha, do you think this is the ancestral realm? Qi Shihai laughed wantonly and insolently. In the primogenitor realm, he was chased by the Black Wind Sovereign to the ends of the earth, and he almost lost his life. However, in the Heaven realm, he and the Black Wind Sovereign were on the same starting line, and it was still unknown who was stronger. Oomph! The Black Wind Sovereign sneered. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void without a trace. Boundless ocean. Qi Shihai didn't dare to be negligent. With a roar, a powerful water elemental power erupted from his body. The void around him immediately undulated violently like waves. A black figure fell out of the void. Good Lord! That person was the Black Wind Supreme. In this world, there were restrictions everywhere. He couldn't unleash his strength at all. This made him very sullen. Black Wind, go to hell. Qi Shihai threw a punch at the Black Wind Supreme. The entire water elemental power in the world was attracted by his fist and blasted towards the Black Wind Supreme. My body is like the wind. The Black Wind Supreme's figure disappeared again. He seemed to have turned into an invisible wind. No matter how strong Qi Shihai's fist force was, it seemed to have hit the void without any force. At this moment, Qi Shihai felt a wind blowing past his face. In the next moment, there were streaks of blood on his face as if he was slashed by a sharp knife. Preposterous. Qi Shihai was practically on the verge of going mad. She cultivated the grand Tao of wind, causing him to be like the wind that could be gathered and dispersed at will. He was like a real wind that was impossible to grasp, shapeless, and traceless. Suppress. Qi Shihai slapped the top of his head, and the shadow of a black tortoise immediately rushed out of his body. In the next moment, the shadow turned into a huge cauldron that sealed the surroundings. Black Tortoise Cauldron? The voice of the Black Wind Sovereign resounded in the void. At that moment, a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared above the cauldron. The black tortoise roared at the sky, emitting boundless water elemental energy. Under this power, even someone as powerful as the Black Wind Sovereign had nowhere to hide. Myriad incarnations. In the next moment, countless black shadows appeared in the void sealed by the Black Tortoise Cauldron. These black shadows attacked Qi Shihai at the same time, their murderous intent shocking the heavens. How dare you act so presumptuously in my Black Tortoise Cauldron? Qi Shihai immediately circulated his Xian Qi, drawing the power of the Black Tortoise Cauldron to obliterate the countless black shadows that were attacking him. One by one, the black shadows exploded. Suddenly, a fist broke through the heavy water elemental energy and instantly smashed in front of Qi Shihai. The invisible wind force tore the clothes in front of Qi Shihai's chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist directly smashed into Qi Shihai's chest. In the next moment, Qi Shihai's chest felt as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by countless divine weapons. Streaks of blood, so deep that bones could be seen, appeared on his body. His entire body flew backward, almost crushed by the Black Wind Sovereign's fist. Bam! Qi Shihai's back slammed hard against the wall of the black tortoise cauldron, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Qi Shihai said in disbelief. The black tortoise cauldron became unstable and shook continuously. Kill. The black wind sovereign's figure appeared. The surging water elemental energy in the surroundings could not do anything to him at all. All the water elemental energy passed through his body, and he was like a void. This was the black wind sovereign's wind Taoist body. It was formless and traceless. When cultivated to the extreme, no one or any force could hurt him. The black wind sovereign attacked with all his might. He directly turned into an invisible wind blade and slashed at Qi Shihai. Roar! Qi Shihai frantically activated the black tortoise cauldron's power. The black tortoise cauldron that had sealed the surroundings instantly disappeared. Then, it emerged on his body and enveloped him. Clang! At the same time, following the sound of metal clashing, Qi Shihai and the cauldron were directly sent flying, crashing directly into the group of subordinates behind him. Screams resounded. The dozen subordinates that Qi Shihai brought were all turned into clouds of blood mist by the mighty water elemental energy of the black tortoise cauldron. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. These subordinates of Qi Shihai were all heaven realm experts that he had subdued. It was already difficult for a Qi clan fugitive like him to come to the heaven realm from the ancestral realm. It was impossible for him to bring his subordinates from the ancestral realm here. This time, Qi Shihai had the black tortoise cauldron to protect him, so he did not receive much impact. Qi Shihai became one with the cauldron. His battle power was soaring. I don't have time to waste with you. I will fight you when I find my master. The Black Wind Supreme's figure appeared in the void. However, in the next moment, he turned into a cool breeze and instantly disappeared into the void. Damn it! Qi Shihai roared in anger. He was filled with hatred, but he was helpless. His opponent was simply too fast. By the time he reacted, the Black Wind Supreme was already nowhere to be found. Damned Black Wind! Qi Shihai had nowhere to vent his anger. Coincidentally, the Southern Mountains God Emperor led a group of subordinates out of the ancestral grounds of the Southern Mountains God race. All of you, go to hell. Qi Shihai directly sent a palm strike towards the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Don't you dare be arrogant. The Southern Mountains God Emperor roared and also sent a palm strike. Boom! Two powerful forces instantly collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. In the next moment, the two figures were sent flying backwards. Huh! Qi Shihai stared at the Southern Mountains God Emperor. His pupils involuntarily shrank. This guy is not simple. He can actually block my palm strike. It seems like I have underestimated the experts of this world. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The experts of the primogenitor realm were naturally born with a sense of superiority. They thought that they were a cut above others and did not put the living beings of other worlds in their eyes. However, the living beings of other worlds might not necessarily be inferior to those fellows in the primogenitor realm. Kill! Kill! Without any words, the two great experts started fighting. At this time, in the demon ancestral grounds, Gu Fei was a little bored. Those fellows outside did not dare to make a move. They only surrounded the demon ancestral grounds. The experts of the primogenitor devil race had also arrived. The figure of the primogenitor great devil kept appearing and disappearing around the demon ancestral grounds. Demons were the enemies of all living beings, regardless of whether it was in the heavenly realm or the primogenitor realm. The appearance of the primogenitor great devil made the experts of the heavenly realm very afraid. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The protective array of the entire demon ancestral grounds shook. Countless array patterns appeared in the void. Countless array patterns interweaved and formed a huge light barrier. When the experts of the demon ancestral grounds rushed over, they did not see anyone. It's those fellows from the demons again? On a mountain peak in the demon ancestral grounds, the old tortoise frowned. This was not the first time. Those fellows from the primogenitor demons had been causing trouble. They might be probing, but who knew what they were doing? Gu Fei's other great enemies did not dare to act rashly. One should know that Gu Fei could easily annihilate these fellows in the past. No one knew the actual strength of the current Gu Fei. The last supreme of the wood race had fallen in this world. Who could kill that supreme of the wood race? Other than Gu Fei, they really could not think of anyone else. Experts from the Li race, the Chu race, and the Sky race had all descended. The Supreme King had even issued a challenge to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had accepted the challenge, but the location had to be decided by Gu Fei. 10 days later, the ancient battlefield in the starry sky. Gu Fei had announced that he would fight the strongest of the primogeniture realm's 12 Supreme Kings, the Supreme King, at the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was located in the depths of the heavenly realm's starry sky. It was a primitive star field not far from the heavenly court ruins. When the experts from the extreme mysterious realm had invaded the heavenly realm's army and the extreme mysterious realm's army had fought there. It was not a good place to be. Everyone was extremely excited. This was definitely going to be an exciting battle. Even the human realm had received the news. Countless experts from the human realm began to pour into the heavenly realm. Soon, in a mountain ridge in the heavenly realm, the expert from the human realm, Azure Dragon, had a huge battle with an ancestor from the Li race from the ancestral realm. Azure Dragon had killed the ancestor of the Li race in the heavenly realm. Not long after, a terrifying expert from the golden-winged rock race appeared and tore apart a quasi-supreme from the golden crow race. The golden crow's divine blood burned the earth and plunged everything into misery. A few days later, there was news that an ancestor of the Chu race had entered the moon deity's palace. Then, there was no more. In the eastern domain of the heavenly realm, the golden spirit ape race's prince, Yuan Hong, came out of seclusion and killed the supreme existence of the gold race, Jin Zhouxing. Jin Zhouxing was a supreme expert of the gold race who had dared to challenge Gu Fei. Now, he had died at the hands of these inferior beings from the heavenly realm. This was unbelievable to all the experts from the ancestral realm. The experts from the ancestral realm who had swept through the heavenly realm had finally met their match. The appearance of Ren Huang had stunned all the experts from the ancestral realm. Ren Huangjiang, the only emperor in both the heavenly realm and the human realm, was invincible. He seemed to have surpassed everything and was no longer afraid of the power of heaven's punishment. Ever since this Ren Huang had returned to the human realm, no one had seen him fight. This time, the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King had even alarmed him. Chapter 4361. The arrival of a peerless Runhuang in the heaven realm shocked the world. The Runhuang, whether in the heaven realm or the human realm, was a legend. The ultimate king realm supremes walked the path of tyranny and were comparable to supremes. And Zhang Renhuang was the only Runhuang in both the human realm and heaven realm. Whether it was the cultivators from the heaven realm or the human realm, they were all excited. To know that in the current era, almost no one had ever seen Zhang Renhuang fight. This time, the guy from the ancestor realm actually alerted Zhang Renhuang. This shocked everyone. However, this also showed how much importance Zhang Renhuang placed on the people from the ancestor realm. Zhang Renhuang's arrival in the heaven realm was naturally the most nervous people from the ancestor realm. This was a Renhuang, who dared to underestimate him. Just an ultimate king realm supremacy. What is there to be afraid of? The Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestor realm, said this. He was a Supreme King and had once killed an ultimate king realm supremacy in the ancestor realm. That was why he had the confidence to say this. Plus, in a place like the heaven realm, there was the power of God's punishment. Even the strongest among the Supremes did not dare to challenge God's punishment. He believed that even this Zhang Renhuang would not dare to display the power of an ultimate king realm supremacy. This way, with his king realm supremacy body, he would be able to suppress all enemies, even that trash Gu Fei. He had already investigated. This Gu Fei was not killed by the first demon ancestor, but his cultivation was destroyed. Right now, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme, not even a supremacy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Especially for the Supreme King, no matter who he faced, he would not be careless and had to be careful. When Zhang Renhuang arrived in the heaven realm, Gu Fei and the old turtle personally led a group of cultivators to the path of heaven to welcome him. In the human realm, everyone knew of the friendship between Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang. Gu Fei and the Jiang clan of the Clan of the Ancients also had dealings because of Zhang Renhuang. This time, the one who accompanied Zhang Renhuang to the heaven realm was not the clan leader of the Jiang clan. The higher-ups of the Jiang clan did not come either. Zhang Renhuang only brought a little girl to the heaven realm. This surprised even Gu Fei a little. However, he could tell that the little girl had an extraordinary physique at first glance. This little girl was born with a Taoism aptitude. Those with connate Taoism aptitude were innately close to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, their cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. This little girl shouldn't be very old, but her cultivation was already at the peak of the half-sage realm. She was only half a step away from breaking through to the sage realm. Are you Gu Fei? Outside the exit of the ancient road to heaven, the little girl who was holding the hand of Zhang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei curiously. Her big eyes were full of spirit. That's right, I'm Gu Fei, the real deal. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at the little girl. Her name is Zhang Lin, my daughter, Zhang Renhuang said. What? Gu Fei was stunned. Zhang Renhuang's daughter? So little? Could it be that this guy couldn't stand the loneliness and found himself a wife? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Renhuang glanced at Gu Fei and said, This is such a surprise, such a surprise. Gu Fei was stuttering. Old Tortoise and the others were also dumbfounded. They had heard of Renhuang Zhang's name before. He was the strongest man in the heavenly earth. Even Old Tortoise's uncle had to be polite when he saw Renhuang Zhang. Dad said that you have a lot of treasures. How about giving me one as a gift? The little girl, Zhang Lin, looked at Gu Fei and said with a smile, Hee little girl, you're right. This guy doesn't have much, but he has a lot of treasures. Old Tortoise said with a fawning expression. This was Zhang Renhuang's daughter. If he fawned over her, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. Gift? Gu Fei was stunned. He really didn't prepare any gift. He didn't expect Zhang Renhuang to suddenly have a daughter. Yeah, you can't be so stingy, little Zhang Lin said with a pout. Gu Fei looked at Zhang Renhuang. Zhang Renhuang looked up at the sky. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and thought for a while. Then, he waved his right hand and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Following that, Gu Fei waved his hand and a drop of divine liquid that emitted boundless vitality flew out from the crack. The moment the drop of divine liquid appeared, the vitality of the entire world suddenly flourished. The withered trees in the surroundings were revitalized and sprouted. Around the divine liquid, one could vaguely see the shadows of the ancestral dragon. What is this? Princess Zhang Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the drop of divine liquid. Her intuition told her that this was an incredible drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei, you're going all out. Old Tortoise exclaimed. The demons behind him also stared at the drop of divine liquid, dumbfounded. Is this the legendary immortal liquid? An elder of the demon clan exclaimed. Hurry up and thank your brother Gu Fei. Seeing Gu Fei giving his daughter such a precious gift, Zhang Renhuang couldn't help but be moved. Thank you, little brother. Princess Zhang Lin hurriedly took out a jade bottle and carefully stored the drop of divine liquid. Senior, please. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise considered themselves as juniors in front of Zhang Renhuang. Okay. Zhang Renhuang walked forward with the little princess. Everyone clustered around Zhang Renhuang and the little princess as they left the exit of the ancient road to heaven and went straight back to the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Zhang Renhuang liked peace and quiet. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not hold a welcome party for Zhang Renhuang. They only arranged for Zhang Renhuang to stay in a quiet place in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. However, the little princess was lively and active. Soon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise experienced the power of this little ancestor. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the caretaker of the medicinal garden of the ancestral grounds came. A 30,000-year-old peach was bitten by someone. That was a king of medicine that could revive the dead. The caretaker of the sacred spring on the mountain of ancestors came. A bottle of spring water that had been stored for 3,000 years was drunk. The caretaker of the pavilion of treasures also came. 7 out of the 12 sky-shattering orbs were gone. One of the Chinkuan swords was gone, and the sky-splitting halberd was broken in half. Other weapons and treasures were thrown everywhere. The place where the elixirs were stored was completely destroyed. Countless elixirs and medicines were scattered on the ground. A heaven elixir that was being refined was gone. Hearing the reports from the caretakers, Old Tortoise almost went crazy. That little girl. Old Tortoise was trembling. It had only been a few days. If that little girl stayed in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? It's not a big deal. Why bother? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. It's a small deal? Chapter 4362. Princess Jianglin was wreaking havoc in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. The old tortoise was having a hard time. That was the princess. Everyone spoiled her. Even the old tortoise couldn't say anything. However, the old tortoise couldn't wait for her to leave. If she continued to wreak havoc, the old tortoise would go crazy. Fortunately, Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the ancestral lands forever. The Jiang clan of the ancients was rooted in the human realm. Jiang Renhuang wouldn't stay in the heaven realm for long. Time passed. The day of the showdown between Gu Fei and the supreme king of the ancestral realm had finally arrived. Powerful figures began to appear outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Among them, there were cultivators from the heaven realm and the ancestral realm. However, at this time, the cultivators from the ancestral realm didn't dare to underestimate the cultivators from the heaven realm. One had to know that even Jin Zhouxing of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan had died in the heaven realm's eastern domain. He had been smashed in the head by a monkey. The gold spiritual ape clan was the inheritance of a supreme. The ancestor of the gold spiritual ape clan was an extreme supreme. There weren't many of them, but every one of them was extremely powerful. Yuan Gang was at the peak of quasi-supreme. Yuan Hong was even stronger. He received all the inheritance his father had left him. If he wasn't in the heaven realm, he would have broken through to the extreme grade long ago. Where's Gu Fei? Is he afraid to come? A loud shout came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. The voice echoed throughout the star region. All the cultivators outside the ancient battlefield were shocked. Don't be presumptuous here. Why wouldn't Gu Fei come? Some cultivators from the heaven realm scolded. Die. In the next moment, a huge hand grab towards the heaven realm expert from the ancient starry sky battlefield. We still don't know who's going to die yet. That person smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from his body and pierced through the large hand that was grabbing at him. What? The cultivator in the ancient battlefield of the stars was shocked and wanted to make another move. At this moment, an arrow light shot into the ancient starry sky battlefield from afar, causing the person who had attacked to explode into a mist of blood. How dare you kill my people? A figure who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient battlefield of stars suddenly opened his eyes. Humph! Supreme King, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. A silhouette rushed over from afar. This person was wielding a huge bow, exuding a strong battle intent. Countless Tao inscriptions could be seen interweaving on the bow. Shooting sun? When the Supreme King, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient starry sky battlefield, saw that person, his eyes lit up. Little fellow, you're courting death. At the same time, another silhouette appeared outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind, exuding an elegant demeanor. It was a white-robed young man. Star Beast Venerable? When the Supreme King saw this white-robed young man, his expression changed. Who would have thought that this fellow would come as well? This was a beast sovereign, a supreme existence at the level of a supremacy. In the eyes of the Star Beast Venerable, the 12 kings of supreme beings were just a joke. The Supreme King of the 12 kings of supreme beings was just a small fry. Me too. A gust of black wind blew through the star field, and a figure appeared beside the Star Beast Sovereign. This fellow was dressed in black, revealing only a pair of eyes. This fellow was the Black Wind Sovereign. I didn't think you would dare to come here. A black-robed middle-aged man beside the Supreme King stared at the Black Wind Sovereign and the others and said coldly, "TCH, This isn't some dragon's lair or tiger's den. Can't we come here? Even if this is a dragon's lair or tiger's den. So what? We will still barge in, the Black Wind Sovereign said disapprovingly. Is that so? At this moment, an old voice sounded. The Black Wind Sovereign and the others quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a white-robed old man holding a walking stick, leading a group of people over from a distant star field. Old ancestor of the Sky Clan? When the Black Wind Sovereign saw the old man, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Back then, the Sky Clan was defeated by Gu Fei, and even Gu Fei occupied their ancestral land. However, Gu Fei didn't attack the other supremacies of the Sky Clan and allowed them to leave. Now, the old ancestors of the Sky Clan had started to attack the Black Wind Sovereign and the others. It had to be said that when Gu Fei didn't destroy the Sky Clan back then, he had left behind a huge problem for himself. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him. Old ancestor Sky Dome, back then, my master let your Sky Clan off. Is this how you repay my master? The Black Wind Sovereign stared at the old man opposite him and said coldly, Haha, Gu Fei is a great enemy of our clan. We are always thinking about how to take revenge. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. We naturally can't let it go. The old man laughed loudly. You will pay for what you have done today. The Shooting Sun Sovereign said suddenly. Old ancestor, why are you still talking to these guys? Why don't we give Gu Fei a big gift before he comes? A green-robed middle-aged man behind the old man said coldly. Oh, I wonder what kind of gift Brother Chu wants to give to Gu Fei. The old ancestor Sky Dome said. How about the heads of these three guys? The green-robed middle-aged man glanced at the Star Beast Sovereign and the others and said coldly. That's a good idea. The old ancestor Sky Dome nodded. A bunch of reckless guys. The day my master returns to the ancestral realm will be the day your clan is exterminated. The Shooting Sun Supreme clenched the divine bow in his hand and said while gritting his teeth. Is that so? Haha, Gu Fei can still return to the ancestral realm? I reckon that Gu Fei won't dare to come either. The group of people behind the old ancestor Sky Dome said unscrupulously. He still doesn't know when he's about to die. Sigh. The Star Beast Sovereign suddenly shook his head and sighed. What did you say? The green-robed middle-aged man stared at the Star Beast Sovereign with an ugly expression. It's not up to you to decide whether my little brother will obtain the ancestral realm or not. At this moment, a rather young voice was suddenly heard. Then, everyone saw a yellow-skinned middle-aged man walking over from afar while holding the hand of a purple-clothed little girl. Lowly creatures from the lower realm. Scram! The green-robed middle-aged man waved his sleeves and a cold light flew out from his sleeves and strangled the two people who were approaching, killing without a word of disagreement. Very good. The yellow-faced and emaciated middle-aged man waved his right hand, and the killing cold light fell into his hand. What? The green-robed middle-aged man was shocked and was about to recall his natal sword. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness grabbed with his right hand, and the sword light immediately shattered. The middle-aged man from the Chu family shrieked and spat out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of his natal sword had severely injured him. This? Chapter 4363. Outside the ancient battlefield in the heavenly realm, everyone stared at the skinny middle-aged man holding the little girl's hand in astonishment. The middle-aged man was sallow and emaciated, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, he directly crushed the life sword of an expert from the Chu clan from the ancestral realm. The experts from the heavenly realm did not think much of it, but the people from the ancestral realm were different. They knew how powerful this expert from the Chu clan was. That was because extreme grade supremes couldn't casually appear in the heavenly realm. This expert from the Chu clan was only a quasi-supremes. However, this quasi-supremes of the Chu clan had a cultivation at the peak of the quasi-supremes. His life Dao weapon was extremely powerful. It was a quasi-supreme Dao weapon. However, this sickly-looking guy could actually crush a quasi-supreme Dao weapon with his bare hands. Was he an extreme supremacy? Ancestor Tianqiong had just arrived in the heavenly realm. No one behind him had seen this middle-aged man before. They would never have guessed that this middle-aged man was the strongest person in the heavenly realm, Zhang Renhuang. The little girl Zhang Renhuang was holding was his precious daughter, Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin had finally left the ancestral realm of the demon clan. The happiest person was Old Turtle. How dare you destroy my life Dao weapon? The Chu clan will not let you off. The expert from the Chu clan was furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhang Renhuang. The experts from the heavenly realm who saw this scene were all shocked. The people from the ancestral realm were really powerful. Not just any powerful, but extremely powerful. These guys dared to shout at a human emperor? Did they not want to live? Even the Star Beast Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. This was an extreme king sovereign. Ancestor Tianqiong and the others really did not know how to write the word death. Chu clan? Is it very powerful? Princess Zhang Lin tilted her head and looked at the expert from the Chu clan with an innocent expression. Ha ha, the inheritance of the ancestral realm is not something that lowly beings like you can imagine. A young man in white next to Ancestor Tianqiong waved his fan and looked at Zhang Renhuang and the little princess with disdain. Lowly beings from the lower realm? When Zhang Lin heard that, she was immediately displeased. Even Zhang Renhuang's face turned a bit ugly. These guys are really courting death. Star Beast Venerable muttered, "Kill." The next moment, a figure rushed out from behind Ancestor Tianqiong. This person roared and directly attacked Zhang Renhuang and Princess Zhang Lin. A giant hand fell from the sky, slapping toward Zhang Renhuang and Princess Zhang Lin. Dad, these people are very fierce. The little princess, Zhang Lin, hid behind Zhang Renhuang. Fierce? You think you can be fiercer than me? Zhang Renhuang's eyes flashed. He straightened his back and a monstrous imperial aura immediately burst out from his body. What? Old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the ancestral realm experts behind him were shocked. Apart from Old Ancestor Sky Venerable, the other ancestral realm experts were trembling under this imperial might. Who the hell are you? Old Ancestor Sky Venerable roared, and an equally powerful pressure burst out from his body. How dare you scare my baby daughter? You can go to hell now. Zhang Renhuang didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed toward the people opposite him. Boom! A giant hand directly appeared in the void between heaven and earth, directly obliterating Old Ancestor Sky Venerable and the others. This giant hand rapidly grew in the eyes of Old Ancestor Sky Venerable. He wanted to retreat, but the next moment, he was inexplicably shocked. His body did not move at all, and the void around him seemed to have condensed into an immortal piece of divine iron. Confinement of the void? Patriarch Heaven's shock was really not to be underestimated. The others were all terrified to the extreme. Some of them were not strong enough, and they were so scared that they wet themselves. Boom! Before Old Ancestor Sky Venerable could finish his thought, Zhang Renhuang's giant hand directly fell, smashing the old ancestor of the Sky Clan and the people he brought with him into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed, and they could not be more dead. What? When the Supreme King saw this scene in the ancient battlefield of the stars, he almost exclaimed. He never thought that the sickly Qin would be so powerful. He killed a supreme being with one move. Even a supreme being could not withstand one move. That old ancestor Sky Venerable was a supreme being of the Sky Clan. Although old ancestor Sky Venerable's cultivation was sealed, he had a real extreme path constitution. This extreme path constitution was extremely tyrannical. In the heaven realm and the human realm, existences with extreme path constitution could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. However, someone as strong as old ancestor Sky Venerable was also killed with one slap. Even the extreme path Dao artifact on old ancestor Sky Venerable was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Senior, this is too wasteful. At this time, a voice came from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure, with his hands behind his back, walking over step by step. With just a few steps, this person directly arrived outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei, In the ancient battlefield of the stars, as soon as the Supreme King saw that person, his eyes immediately narrowed. What waste? Zhang Renhuang said disapprovingly. Hee, if I had eaten that guy just now, my cultivation might have broken through to the extreme path realm. Gu Fei laughed. Cultivation is all about one step at a time. If you use this method to increase your cultivation, be careful that your Tao foundation is not stable. Zhang Renhuang sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei was about to reply. However, at this time, the Supreme King's voice suddenly came from inside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Gu Fei, why haven't you come in to die? There was not a trace of emotion in the voice. Haha, Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud. The next moment, he strode into the ancient battlefield of the stars and stood opposite the Supreme King. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. Gu Fei and the Supreme King of the Ancestral Realm Eastern region were about to fight. A battle of this level was rare. Just as Gu Fei entered the ancient battlefield of the stars, Old Tortoise arrived with a group of subordinates. More and more experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. A ray of golden light pierced through the pitch-black sky and landed outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. The power of metal was vast and mighty, and a figure appeared in the golden light. Yuan Hong had arrived. Is that the person who killed Jin Zhuxing? As soon as the experts from the ancestral realm saw Yuan Hong, some of them exclaimed. Jin Zhuxing was a famous expert from the ancestral realm. This Yuan Hong was able to kill Jin Zhuxing. This was unbelievable to the experts from the ancestral realm. At the same time, a giant dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The ancestral dragon chi spread everywhere. The human realm's expert, Azure Dragon, had arrived. Just as Azure Dragon arrived, a divine bird flew in from afar. As its giant wings flapped, the surrounding stars shook violently as if they were about to fall from the sky. The little Peng Emperor had arrived. Chapter 4364. The battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestral realm, shocked both the heaven realm and the human realm. Countless experts rushed to the ancient battlefield of the stars in the heaven realm. Even some super antiques that had disappeared for countless years jumped out. In an instant, countless experts gathered outside the ancient battlefield of the stars. Compared to the experts from the heaven realm and human realm, the experts from the ancestral realm were pitifully few. There were only a few dozen experts from the ancestral realm, while there were countless experts from the heaven realm and human realm. The starry sky was filled with powerful figures. When the dozens of experts from the ancestral realm saw this, they were all shocked. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the experts from the heaven realm. Previously, the experts from the ancestral realm slaughtered everywhere and were invincible. That was because the true experts from the heaven realm had not acted yet. Boom! Just then, a loud sound came from the ancient battlefield of the stars. An extremely powerful ripple of power spread out from the ancient battlefield of the stars. Has it finally begun? Everyone perked up. In the ancient starry sky battlefield, two silhouettes collided. In the next moment, a terrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. Wherever this power passed, it obliterated everything. What Supreme King? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. A tyrannical power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack after crack in pitch-black space. It was as if the world could no longer contain his powerful body. Haha, shameless boasting. Do you think you're still the invincible Gu Fei? You're just a quasi-supreme now. The Supreme King laughed and attacked, fighting with Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei moved rapidly in the void. Every punch he threw out had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. The tyrannical martial arts power displayed great power. No matter what divine ability the Supreme King used, Gu Fei only used one punch. Although his punch looked simple, it was all-encompassing. It was the strongest battle skill he had comprehended. This fist technique was the extremity breaker fist that Gu Fei had created when he was in the Eternal Stratum. Sky-breaking kill. The Supreme King roared out in rage. He had finally used his trump card. The moment his mystic skill was unleashed, the entire world collapsed and shattered. The destructive power that was formed was unbelievably strong. This destructive power directly engulfed Gu Fei. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei broke through the destructive power and charged out. Heaven-splitting saber. As soon as Gu Fei rushed out, the Supreme King slashed at Gu Fei with his saber. The sharp saber light soared tens of thousands of feet, as though it could split heaven and earth. "I'll break the sky with one hand." With a roar, Gu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch at the saber light. Clang! The sharp saber light landed on Gu Fei's fist. In the next moment, there was the sound of metal clashing. The saber light was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's invincible fist had just exploded. One fist breaking the extremity. "I'm invincible." Gu Fei immediately threw out his strongest punch. This punch instantly broke through his limits. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had reached the extreme all of a sudden. The Supreme King couldn't help but be startled by this fist. Before he could react, the other party's fist had already smashed into his chest. Roar! The Supreme King roared in rage. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. Blood flowed through his tendons and bones, and he was turned into a bloody mist. 3 beams of divine light rushed out of the bloody mist. They were 3 supreme Tao treasures. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. These 3 supreme Tao treasures were trying to escape. Trying to escape? Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the 3 beams of divine light. Then, he threw the 3 supreme Tao treasures into the mountain and river cauldron and sealed them. Other than the 3 supreme Tao treasures, everything else on the Supreme King's body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Nothing was left. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, especially those from the ancestral realm. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? The subordinates of the Supreme King could not believe that their master had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. That was the Supreme King of the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. He was the strongest existence among the 12 kings of the ancestral realm. Yet, he had been smashed into pieces by a single punch. Due to the existence of the power of heavenly punishment, the heavenly realm could not use the power of the Supreme Tao. However, the Supreme King's King Supremacy body was the real deal. Even the powerful King's Supremacy body could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. One could imagine how powerful Gu Fei's punch was. The Supreme King was actually defeated. The experts from the ancestral realm looked as if they had lost their parents. The experts from the heavenly realm cheered. Who said that the beings from the lower realm were weaker than those from the heavenly realm? Who said that the beings from the ancestral realm were superior? When Gu Fei destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch, all the experts from the heavenly realm felt proud. All the experts from the ancestral realm realized that the beings from the lower realm could also grow to an unimaginable level. Just as everyone thought that the Supreme King had been killed by a single punch from Gu Fei, a powerful spiritual will rippled across the sky. The Supreme King is not dead? The experts from the ancestral realm were both surprised and happy. I knew it. That's the Supreme King. How could he be killed so easily? An ancestor-level existence from the ancestral realm said. At this time, the blood mist suddenly shrank and a figure appeared. Struggling before death? Gu Fei's lips curled up and he punched again. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Supreme King that had just appeared exploded once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei is actually this powerful? Green Dragon's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Little Peng had to admit that he was still not Gu Fei's match. Master is too powerful. Black Wind Supremacy and the others were overjoyed. Gu Fei seemed to only be a quasi-supremacy, but his combat strength was heaven-defying. He actually destroyed the Supreme King with a single punch. The Supreme King was one of the 12 Supreme Kings of the eastern region of the ancestral realm. Even Black Wind would have to take a detour if he met him in the ancestral realm. Rumble. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. All the experts from the heavenly realm and human realm changed their expressions. Sky punishment? Chapter 4365. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, thunderous booms resounded, shocking all the experts outside the ancient starry sky battlefield to the extreme, especially the experts from the heaven realm and the human realm. They were familiar with the destructive power that came from the depths of the sky. Divine punishment. The little Peng Emperor raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. His golden eyes shone with golden light. Divine punishment? Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape, also looked into the sky and frowned. Dad, what's going on? Is my little brother okay? The little princess looked at Jiang Renhuang worriedly. What happened to your little brother? Jiang Renhuang smiled. In the past few days in the ancestral land of the demon clan, he had discussed Dao with Gu Fei. He knew that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the legendary eternal realm, the eternal stratum. To extreme Dao paragons and ultimate monarch paragons, the eternal stratum was something that only existed in legends. Even Jiang Renhuang had never heard of anyone who could touch that level, let alone break through to that level and become an eternal supreme being. In fact, for extreme supremes, the extreme of Dao was not the end. In other words, there should be another realm above the extreme realm. That realm was the legendary eternal realm. However, since ancient times, the eternal realm was only a legend. However, Jiang Renhuang had learned from Gu Fei that the eternal supremacy realm was not a legend, but a true supreme realm that truly existed. And in the ancestral realm, there was such a supreme existence. The ancestral realm is a paradise for extreme supremes. Jiang Renhuang exclaimed. At this time, the divine punishment really came. The terrifying destructive power came from the depths of the sky and fell directly into the ancient battlefield of the stars. In the next moment, the ancient battlefield of the stars exploded. The power of the divine punishment obliterated everything. Half of the ancient battlefield of the stars disappeared from the world. Seeing this scene, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The power of the divine punishment was indeed powerful. This kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary extreme supremes could withstand. Even the experts from the primogenitor's realm were stunned. They had never seen the power of heaven's punishment before. Now, it seemed that it was indeed terrifying. This way, the fellows from the primogenitor realm finally behaved themselves. Previously, some of them had wanted to undo the seal on their bodies and recover their extreme-grade cultivation. Master, at this moment, the faces of the star beast Venerable and the others changed greatly. This level of power had clearly surpassed ordinary extreme power. Their master was only a quasi-sovereign, so it was impossible for him to resist this power. Gu Fei is dead for sure. In the primogenitor realm, an ancestor of the Li family sneered, that Supreme King is really ruthless. He actually recovered his extreme-grade cultivation in this world. Is he trying to perish together with us? An elder from the primogenitor realm said solemnly. Although the Supreme King was a sovereign king, it was still unknown who was stronger against the power of the heavenly punishment. One had to know that a Supreme King wasn't something an ordinary extreme-grade Supreme Being could compare to. Furthermore, the Supreme King was a king among the Supreme Kings. He was exceptionally powerful. These fellows are simply courting death. The old tortoise stared at the figure shrouded by the destructive light and sneered. The power of the heavenly punishment wasn't that simple. Killing an extreme-grade Supreme Being was as easy as killing an ant. Although the Supreme King was powerful, the old tortoise believed that he would also be obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. Big brother, beside the old tortoise, Shaoqing looked worried. The Supreme King clearly wanted to drag Gu Fei down with him and perish together with Gu Fei. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the destructive light formed by the power of the heavenly punishment. The entire world shook violently under this roar. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. Within the destructive light, a figure bathed in the power of the heavenly punishment roared towards the sky like a god of destruction. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Countless experts from the heavenly realm and human realm almost dropped their eyeballs to the ground when they saw this scene. This fellow could actually resist the heavenly punishment? Heavenly punishment? Is this all you've got? Gu Fei, you're dead meat today. That person said loudly, his voice shaking the sky. Is that so? A voice rang out. Then, everyone saw another figure appear in the light of destruction, formed by the power of heavenly punishment. This person's entire body was filled with chaotic aura, and streaks of chaotic Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on his body, drawing upon the power of the great path of chaos to strengthen himself and actually blocking the surrounding light of destruction. This is too heaven-defying. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. There were actually two existences that were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment today. This was the power of the heavenly punishment that could kill an extreme-grade supreme being. Ever since the power of the heavenly punishment appeared, all the extreme-grade supreme beings who challenged the power of the heavenly punishment had failed. They were directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. No one had ever survived the power of the heavenly punishment. This was the case when the ancestor of the Wood clan successfully resisted the power of the heavenly punishment with the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. However, at that time, the power of dozens of extreme-grade supreme beings was gathered to activate the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Everyone found it hard to believe that Gu Fei and the Supreme King were not afraid of the power of the heavenly punishment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. You have an eternal Tao artifact? Gu Fei stared at the Supreme King and said coldly, Don't you also have an eternal Tao artifact to protect yourself? The Supreme King sneered. Gu Fei was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. It was not strange for him to have several eternal Tao artifacts. After all, weren't eternal Tao artifacts refined by eternal paragons of the eternal realm? Is this the reason why you dare to challenge me? Gu Fei finally knew why this guy dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had an eternal Tao artifact. Prepare to die. The Supreme King could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly attacked Gu Fei. An eternal sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed at Gu Fei. The eternal sword light directly broke through the power of the heavenly punishment and instantly slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's lips curled up. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand. His spine shook like a dragon, and a violent wave of eternal power surged towards his fist. Whoosh! His fist was like a cannonball, smashing towards the eternal sword light that was slashing down. Clang! Gu Fei's fist instantly smashed against the eternal sword light. In the next moment, the eternal sword light, which seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, shattered in the void. Chapter 4366. The power of heaven's punishment was invincible and could kill supremes. Before today, cultivators from both the heaven realm and the human realm thought that no one could survive the power of heaven's punishment. No one could fight against the power of heaven's punishment. However, what happened today was beyond everyone's understanding. It turned out that not everyone could destroy the power of heaven's punishment. Rumble. The sound of thunder grew louder and louder. The entire sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It was extremely frightening. Under the cover of the power of heaven's punishment, two figures moved quickly in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, Gu Fei was thrown thousands of miles away. The Supreme King only took a few steps back. The Supreme King's cultivation was still rising. Soon, he broke through to the extreme grade. The extremely powerful extreme grade power spread in all directions. All the cultivators who were watching the battle retreated immediately. Extreme divine might was not something that just anyone could withstand. Jiang Renhuang waved his right hand, and countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky and turned into a huge Tao pattern, blocking the mighty divine power of the great path from the starry sky ancient battlefield. The Supreme King did not care about the lives of the living beings from the heaven realm and the human realm. If they were enveloped by the extreme grade power, all living beings below the extreme grade would be destroyed in both body and soul. Jiang Renhuang had saved countless cultivators with one move. The Supreme King could not help but be moved when he saw this. Damn it! Gu Fei was enraged. This guy saw the lives of all living beings as worthless. He was too arrogant and cold-blooded. In the next moment, a beam of eternal God light shot out of his chest. This beam of eternal God light pierced through the Supreme King's body at extreme speed. Whoosh! The eternal light flashed and pierced through the Supreme King's body. What? The Supreme King looked down and saw that there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. Fresh blood was seeping out of the hole. You! The Supreme King could not believe it. Roar! The Supreme King went crazy. He desperately used his mystic art to activate the eternal weapon in his body. The wound on his chest quickly healed. Clang! A sword, or more accurately, half of an eternal sword, appeared. However, even though it was only half of an eternal sword, it was still able to block the power of the heavenly punishment. Haha! When Gu Fei saw the eternal Tao artifact on the Supreme King's body, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, I will show you what a true eternal Tao artifact is, Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Kill. The Supreme King couldn't be bothered to talk to Gu Fei. Sword, come. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a sword light immediately rushed out of his body. He then grabbed it and slashed at the Supreme King. Buzz! The divine sword hummed, and the sword light flashed by, directly breaking the Supreme King's sword light. In an instant, the Supreme King was cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Gu Fei attacked in anger. The power of this sword was not to be underestimated. The sword was the 9th Heaven Star Sword. The 9th Heaven Star Sword was a complete eternal Tao artifact. Compared to the half of the eternal Tao artifact that the Supreme King had obtained, it was a damaged eternal Tao artifact. The half of the Supreme King's sword was directly destroyed by the 9th Heaven Star Sword. A sword slaying a king of supreme godhead. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Without the protection of the eternal power, the Supreme King didn't even have time to scream. His body, which had been cut in half, was completely obliterated by the power of the heavenly punishment. The Supreme King, who had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, had fallen just like that. He's dead. The powerhouses from the ancestral realm were extremely frightened. Only now did they understand why the last extreme grade supremacy of the wood race had fallen in this inferior world. He had died with everlasting regret. The Supreme King had never imagined that Gu Fei could use an eternal Tao artifact. It should be known that even an extreme grade supremacy would find it difficult to use an eternal Tao artifact. It was simply impossible for a quasi-supremacy to use an eternal Tao artifact. However, Gu Fei had done it. However, after he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out, and he collapsed. Even though it was an eternal Tao artifact that he had personally refined, it still consumed a large amount of yuan qi to use it. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have already become a dried corpse. Soon, the aura on Gu Fei's body weakened rapidly. The mighty power of the heavenly punishment that descended from the sky started to recede and eventually disappeared. Gu Fei died. The moment the power of the heavenly punishment disappeared, an angry roar was heard. A moment later, a figure pounced towards Gu Fei like a bolt of lightning. It was a powerhouse from the ancestral realm. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was extremely weak to kill Gu Fei. You're courting death. Just as Gu Fei was about to be smashed to bits by this fellow's punch, a furious roar rang out. Then, a large hand stretched out from the side and slapped Gu Fei away. Bam! That person exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, a figure appeared next to Gu Fei. The person who attacked was a young man in white. He was the #1 powerhouse under Gu Fei, the Star Beast Venerable. He was a supreme being at the supremacy level. Who else is there? Come out and die. The Star Beast Venerable glanced coldly at the people from the ancestral realm. With him around, anyone who wanted to kill his master would have to step over his dead body. Because once Gu Fei died, everyone would be buried with him. No one said anything. The Star Beast Venerable supported Gu Fei, waved his sleeve, and instantly disappeared into the void. The Black Wind Supremacy and the Shooting Sun Supremacy quickly chased after them. Let's go. Zhang Renhuang also left with the little princess. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The battle had ended. No one had expected such an ending. The Supreme King was dead, but Gu Fei was still alive. When his cultivation recovered to the extreme grade realm, or even the eternal grade, he would definitely return to the ancestral realm. When that time came, who knew how many powerhouses would die? Outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, no one left for a long time. In the ancestral lands of the demon clan, the star beast Venerable guarded Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. This battle had consumed a large amount of his vitality, and it had almost injured his Tao foundation. It was impossible for him to recover his vitality in a short period of time. Soon, Zhang Renhuang returned, Old Tortoise returned, and almost everyone returned. In an instant, the ancestral lands of the demon clan were bustling. Everyone gathered at the mountain where Gu Fei was. Chapter 4367. Gu Fei had killed a supreme king with his sword, shocking the world. All the powerful clans in the heaven realm were afraid of Gu Fei, because Gu Fei had revealed his trump card during the battle with the supreme king. He was not afraid of heavenly punishment. This was an absolute deterrent to the countless forces in the heaven realm and the human realm. Did not fear heavenly punishment mean that Gu Fei could break through to the extreme grade in either the heaven realm or the human realm? In this way, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Especially those who had a grudge against Gu Fei. They were terrified, afraid that Gu Fei would come knocking on their door. Even the remnants of the primordial era became well-behaved. The Sky Demon descendant also chose to hide for the time being. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too frightening. Anyone who provoked Gu Fei now would definitely be courting death. No one wanted to die. Haha, my little brother is too awesome. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the old tortoise lay on his throne and laughed heartily. The higher-ups of the demon clan were also laughing. At this time, the experts of the ancestral realm outside the ancestral hall had all retreated. Even the most arrogant Tian ancestor was nowhere to be seen. This time, a total of 2 ancestors from the Tian clan had come. One of them was killed by Zhang Renhuang outside the ancient battlefield of the stars, and the other ancestor had gone into hiding. The Tian clan could no longer bear the loss of a supreme king. It should be noted that even in the ancestral realm, it was not easy to cultivate to the supreme king level. If the Tian clan wanted to rise again, the ancestors of the Tian clan could not die. The Li clan and the Chu clan had also disappeared. These 2 clans had wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's predicament to get rid of Gu Fei once and for all. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei's battle prowess would be so monstrous? Even the Supreme King, who had regained his King of Supreme being cultivation base, could not withstand his shocking sword strike. However, although Gu Fei had slain the Supreme King, he had also expended a great deal of yuan qi. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the ancestral lands of the demon race. He was absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth to gradually recover his cultivation base. Little brother, you're too amazing. At this moment, Zhang Renhuang brought the little princess to the top of the mountain. That's your trump card? Zhang Renhuang sat across from Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the human realm, only things that surpass the extreme Tao can ignore the heavenly punishment. Gu Fei smiled. The legendary eternity. Zhang Renhuang sighed. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and it was almost impossible for him to take another step forward. But now, Gu Fei had given him hope. May I borrow your sword? Zhang Renhuang said. At this time, the little princess, Jiang Lin, who had caused chaos in the ancestral lands of the demon race, stood to the side obediently. She did not dare to be presumptuous. Gu Fei looked at Zhang Renhuang and did not speak. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the void, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. This sword, at first glance, looked like an ordinary black sword. If there was anything special about it, it would be that the body of the sword had spots of light that looked like starlight. However, if one looked closely, one could see that inside the sword body, there seemed to be an endless starry sky sealed, and those spots of light were the stars. This was Gu Fei's sword of the 9 heaven stars. The Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars was the first Tao instrument that Gu Fei had refined. Since he started cultivating, he had been refining it until today. Finally, it became an eternal Tao instrument. Now, the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars was definitely one of the strongest Tao instruments that Gu Fei had. It was also because of this that he could kill the Supreme King with one strike. As for the ancestral Sword of Gods, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, and the chaotic sky ceiling diagram, compared to the Sword of the Stars, they were still a lot weaker. That was because these Tao instruments were not eternal Tao instruments. The Heavenly Demon Tower was also not an eternal Tao instrument, and the Wheel of Worlds in the heavens was very mysterious. Even Gu Fei could not tell if it was an eternal Tao instrument or not. Of course, among the Tao instruments that Gu Fei had, there were many that could compete with the divine punishment. However, they were not as good as the Tao instrument that he had refined himself. "Thank you very much," Zhang Renhuang said seriously. Then, he solemnly took the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars from Gu Fei's hand. His hand was trembling. This was the legendary eternal Tao instrument. Zhang Renhuang borrowed the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars from Gu Fei in order to take that step. Of course, whether or not he could take that step depended entirely on himself. If he could comprehend it, success would follow naturally, and he would reach the sky in one step. If he could not comprehend it, even if he held the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars for the rest of his life, he would not be able to take that step. The inside of this sword is a world of its own. "Little sister, are you interested in going in and practicing?" Gu Fei suddenly said to the little princess, Zhang Lin. Zhang Renhuang's heart skipped a beat. "Is it fun? If it's fun, I'll go," the little princess said, blinking her big eyes. "It's very fun. My disciple and grand-disciple are still practicing inside. They haven't come out yet," Gu Fei said with a smile. He wanted to help the little princess. Entering the world inside the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars was a great opportunity for any cultivator. Gu Ling had broken through to the quasi-supreme realm in there. Zhao Hao, Yin and Meng Long were still practicing inside. "Really? Then I want to go," the little princess said, clapping her hands. "Good." As Gu Fei said, he directly pointed his finger. A divine light immediately rushed out from his fingertip and directly went into the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars in Zhang Renhuang's hand. The next moment, the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars let out a roar, and a door of light immediately appeared in the void. "Go," Gu Fei said. "Dad, little brother, then I'm going." The little princess jumped into the door of light, and the door of light immediately disappeared in the void. "Thank you, brother." Zhang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei seriously and said, "How much good fortune she can have depends on herself," Gu Fei said with a smile. Zhang Renhuang smiled and said nothing more. He directly held the Sword of the Nine Heaven Stars and sat opposite to Gu Fei with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Both Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang were the most powerful existences in the heaven realm and the human realm, especially Gu Fei, who had just killed the Supreme King from the Ancestor realm. No one in the heaven realm or the human realm could compete with Gu Fei in the limelight. At this time, both experts were sitting on a mountain peak in the ancestral land of the demon clan. No one dared to disturb them. Even Old Tortoise wandered for a long time at the foot of the mountain and finally returned to the ancestral hall. Old Tortoise's uncle also came back. The strength of the demon clan had greatly increased. At this time, a mysterious force began to appear in the heaven realm and the human realm. In the human realm, in Wanxiang City, on a dark and windy night, more than a dozen masked men in black suddenly erupted in the city and then attacked the city lord's mansion. The whole city was shocked. In the battle, countless soldiers of Wanxiang City died, thousands of houses were destroyed, and the 2 guards of the city lord's mansion were killed. In the end, the Iron Blood Taoist personally took action and killed those crazy guys. In the heaven realm, there were also mysterious people attacking the bases or strongholds of the demon clan in the heaven realm, killing many of them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.